speaking in a way that is true to themselves, and that might involve some cussing. And so for me to say, or for me to pass some kind of judgment, right, on the responsibility that creators have to be aware of potential changes and play it safe, I think it's one of those things where my opinion's irrelevant, and so is his.
Facts.
Right? Like we're coming at this from a space, from a personality that doesn't need to communicate in that way, whereas some people do. And I want YouTube to be a place where all kinds of creation can thrive. That is, as long as you're not spreading disinformation, spreading hate, engaging in illegal activities. If you're recruiting for ISIS or some shit, then as far as I'm concerned, you can get the fuck off the platform, right? But man, a couple F-bombs, I don't know, it's tough. I think that if advertisers haven't already gotten used to the fact that YouTube is like kind of a zoo, there's a little bit of everything, sometimes it's the kind of zoo where they had more than two of that kind of animal, you know what I'm saying? They got a lot going on. It's a cluster, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Our next discussion question that Luke and I will be discussing is what would need to happen to enable a YouTube-level platform that doesn't rely on potentially prudish advertisers for revenue? Haha, wait, that's Floatplane. Except it isn't, right? Because we know it's not a sustainable model, right? Like, once you've got a certain amount of momentum, like LMG, which I shouldn't call it that, Linus Media Group has over 30,000 paying subscribers on Floatplane that are anywhere between, we have like OG grandfathered in members at a $3 a month tier. That is no longer available, hasn't been for years. In fact, I think the percentage of $3 tier users is really dwindling these days. We have a $5 tier, and then we have a $10 tier that gets you 4K, which is higher bitrate than YouTube's 4K, and most importantly, not necessarily image quality, but our audio is uncompressed, which is one of the big reasons that someone like DankPods is on Floatplane for his garbage time streams. It's super cool because he drums, right? And YouTube's audio compression, Twitch for that matter, makes it so that like it doesn't have the dynamism that Floatplane streaming can get him, right? And so it's great for people like us who have that kind of critical mass that, I mean, you guys do the math, right? 30,000 people paying anywhere from realistically $5 to $10 a month is not an insignificant amount of revenue. It justifies a development team. It justifies us investing in a group of people that makes exclusive content just for that platform, right? Or for someone like DankPods, right? Where he's got a specific use case for it and a dedicated audience that is really into that kind of content that will pay for it monthly. But I've had a lot of people point out like, hey, Linus, I couldn't help noticing I have to pay for every creator. That adds up too fast. I can't afford it. I get it. 100%. You are right. A platform like Vessel, where you can pay one time and get all you can eat access to every creator on the platform, that's way better. But you aren't YouTube, right? So let's say you have 100,000 users or something like that, okay? Even a pretty good number of users. You got 100,000 users, okay? They're paying $5 a month. That's $500,000 a month. That's a ton of money. For an all-you-can-eat platform, okay, wait a second, hold on. How many creators do I have on here? If I've even got 50 creators, right? All of a sudden, now we're talking 500,000. Oh boy, divided by 5. Okay, that's 20 grand a month. That's a ton of money. Man, yeah. How can we get 100,000 subscribers on Floatplane? Man, that'd be, okay. Anyway. The point is, you would have more than 50 creators. If we built a platform that was like an all-you-can-eat, that was like a smorgasbord model, what would happen is the share for those individual creators. If we had 50 that were the size of LTT, for example, the share of that revenue for each of those creators that's left by the time you deal with payment processing fees, which are significant. Man, we haven't talked about the exact numbers in a long time, so you're going to have to just kind of let me know. If I recall correctly, it was 15% flat per transaction plus a percentage. give or take. Is it 25 flat? I don't know. The point is, it is a significant amount of money when you're looking at a $5 transaction. The lower the transaction, the bigger the proportion it is because you have to deal with that flat fee no matter what. So essentially, you're just enriching credit card companies, which the world definitely needs more of, obviously. So as soon as you start to divide it between more and more and more and more and more creators, they lose their incentive to actually even bother to upload on the platform because, you know what, I'm going to get my I'm MKBHD, right? What, I'm going to get my $60 check in the mail or even my $600 check in the mail. You know, I don't want to, obviously I don't know exactly what his numbers are, but I work in the same vertical. I have some idea. I can tell you that a $600 check to Marquez is pretty much a rounding error, right? And with his costs, you guys got to understand, I'm not saying that because he's like so out of touch and just has so much money. I'm just saying that he's running a business over there. He's got a dozen plus employees, nice space, good equipment. He's trying to do a great job of what he's doing. Okay, it costs money to do that. And that amount of money ain't going to make a huge difference. So, oh, okay. Hey, AJ's posted in the Floatplane chat. I was apparently way off. It is actually 30 cents per transaction plus a percentage. So on those $3 transactions in the early days, we were giving up 10% right off the bat to a flat transaction fee. Now, I haven't been looking at the chat lately, but I'm sure some people are asking about Nebula. Nebula has a very, very different model, where essentially they have a partnership with CuriosityStream that makes it so that you are basically getting Nebula for free if you sign up for CuriosityStream, who sponsors a lot of Nebula creators, effectively paying creators to promote getting their Nebula subscription for free. So it's like, is anybody actually paying for Nebula? Probably. But are more people likely paying for CuriosityStream and getting Nebula for free? Probably. So it's a really interesting model over there. And then the creators on Nebula are stakeholders in Nebula. And my understanding is that that is dependent on like the size of the creator and overall contribution to the momentum of the platform. And so what that means is that even if your check from Nebula is $4 a month or whatever, because whatever, depends how many people are watching, I guess. They don't have any external viewership stats or anything like that, which usually means that it's not heavily used. So it doesn't matter, though, if you get a $60 check, because essentially you're getting paid to promote it by one of the associated media companies. And then you are maybe, in the event of an exit, in the event that Nebula gets sold, you are getting some cut of that sales check. So it's a very, very different model. It's maybe someday something will happen. And also there's this very convenient synergy here with CuriosityStream that I'm sure makes sense for CuriosityStream on some level. Very, very different dynamic from what Floatplane is, which is the money from the subscribers you can drive today, right now, and is sustainable. We don't need any external backing, nothing like that. We are profitable now. It's amazing how many people I still see talking about the epic failure that was Floatplane. Guys, the numbers are right on the site. They're right on the site. Floatplane is doing, through LTT alone, at least, what is it? Calculator, okay? So 5 times 30,000, okay? Here we go. 5 times 30,000 times 12. Floatplane is doing at least $1.8 million US a year in revenue, and that's just on LTT. We don't have a ton of creators on the platform. I admit, the model doesn't make a ton of sense for everyone, but what it is it is sustainable. And Luke and I think, have been proven, maybe not right, but not wrong, multiple times since Floatplane's inception. I mean, look at all the controversy there was around Patreon and Vimeo, when Patreon was effectively having people just put up unlisted videos on YouTube for the longest time. And then there was the integration with Vimeo, where Patreon creators were able to use Vimeo to host their videos. And then all of a sudden, Vimeo kind of went, Bandwidth and storage are expensive. If you guys don't start paying for pro tier Vimeo hosting, all your videos are going to go away. See you later. And then now I think Patreon is self-hosting video, but I haven't actually looked at the quality of the service since then, so I can't really speak to if it's any good or anything like that. Yeah, Level 1 Text has another 800 followers. I know Garbage Time streams like hundreds. I know that Forgotten Weapons has hundreds, if not. Forgotten Weapons does not disclose how many subscribers are on Floatplane. Forgotten Weapons, good guy and good channel, doing good.
Man, I have many friends who are being basically doing horrible things, right, and getting called out.
Be straightforward what you want. Don't play games. If you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Don't try to like trick somebody or trap somebody at your apartment. Like, oh, do you want to come over and watch a movie? And then they come over and you're like, oh, I'm out of gas in my car, huh? And the cell phone tower just got destroyed. Like, looks like you're stuck here. Do you want to have sex? I'll give you the truth, all right? And you know what? You're gonna listen to this and you're gonna think, hey, it's not me. I'm not that person. But you know what? You probably are that person, okay? I'm gonna give you the truth, okay? Here's the truth.
So I'd like to start by thanking every single person who's came out in the past week to speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured during a sexual situation, and to people who said that I've made unwanted advances and had a hard time with rejection. I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out, and it was hard for me to hear as well, because to be honest with you, up until this point, I didn't even really realize that I had this pattern that had affected multiple people. I'd also like to apologize for my silence. I think that when this stuff first came out, I was in a state of denial and shock. I was, just riding the high from my movie that just came out, and then within 48 hours, the words sexual misconduct, and I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis. I'm okay now, but I don't really think this is about me. This is about the people that I've affected. So I just want to express my complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, like I said, I think for a long time, I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. I thought that,
It probably is
going
normal,
home from
unfortunately.
the bar alone made you a loser. I thought that persistence was a form of flattery, and I thought that, if at first somebody was reluctant, they're pretty hard to get. Just try harder, and if you think someone's feeling you, make a physical advance and see if they go with it. And I think that, especially I realized when so many young people, especially young men, rushed to defend me when this stuff first started coming out, that this type of sex pest behavior is normalized, and a lot of people think this stuff is normal when I don't think that it is. And I think that I want to be fully responsible for not having a fluid understanding of consent and what enthusiastic two-way consent looks like. That being said, a lot of the things that have been said online about me are not true. A lot of things are missing really important contextual information that I think would change people's interpretation of a lot of these situations, but I'm not here to invalidate anybody's lived experience. If you feel pressured, that's just what it is. I hope that young people, and young men in particular, can use my mistakes to learn and move through life with a better understanding of consent. As far as what I have planned, I'm not really sure what comes next. I mean, obviously, reporting is my one true love, and I'm 25 years old, and I have my whole life ahead of me. But I really think that I need to do some serious work on myself and figure myself out. So I'm going to start therapy sessions pretty much immediately. Also, not to blame alcohol, but I truly believe that alcohol was a contributing factor to my poor decision making. And I think that alcohol in general has had a devastating impact on my life. So I think I'm going to make the decision to join the 12-step program for Alcoholics Anonymous.
Wait,
This
what?
journey into
Sorry.
sobriety.
I'm sorry.
Take a serious
That's not funny.
Step back from public life, and like I said, figure myself out. And I hope that this reaches the ears of anyone who's felt affected by me. I'd love to reach out to you, or you can reach out to me, even just for me to say I'm sorry, and I really apologize, and I appreciate you all. I also want to apologize to my closest collaborators, you know, my friends, my family, and people who will have to wear this stain on their career forever. You guys don't deserve this, and I love you guys.
I got something that I really want to get your guys' opinion on.
Okay.
I tweeted out something today
Yeah. What'd you
that
tweet,
was
buddy?
in effect saying something like famous men should not have random sex with anyone, especially fans, and when alcohol's involved. And there was some people.
Okay, here's a question, actually. Here's a question. I feel like these topics suck because 60% of you guys are virgins, 1% of you are famous. So we're getting into like very obscure topics where it literally doesn't matter to any of you. But like, so when somebody says like you shouldn't fans, okay, well why? Power dynamics. What power dynamic? Like, well, what is the power dynamic? Well, they look up to you. Okay, I guess, yeah. You could abuse that. Still, could be a stretch. Could also happen. But I don't know if that's enough on its face to be like, oh my god, like this is red alert, right? But it's funny because people are like, okay, yeah, you shouldn't fans. Well, who should you then? Other people in industry? Because now if you're going to talk about power dynamics, aren't those power dynamics going to be a million times more problematic? Like if instead of fucking a bunch of fans, if I went and a bunch of smaller streamers, what do you think more people would think is like, up? Because I think that people would be madder. Like, let's say that it came out that I, you know, like 20 fans versus I 20 smaller female streamers. Like, what are people going to be more upset about? I think they would actually be more upset about like the smaller streamer thing. Because they're like, well, no, that's actually power dynamics, right? I don't know. It's just kind of like, you just like not anybody. Here's the reality. This is so boring. This conversation topic is so boring. The reality is that just men suck when it comes to doing sex without being creepy and rapey. And it's all men, or all types of men, not every man. But it doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not a celebrity or whatever. Men just like don't have a lot of guidance or information or understanding of like how to navigate these topics well. It doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. Celebrities are probably more likely to get caught than, you know, or Renthal, the bus driver or whatever.
Kein User. Ich habe eine Serie, die permanent auf mich drauf moved gegen Rakan. Das ist der Wahnsinn.
Ja, die baitet, dass du das dann weißt, wenn du sie auf dich drauf moved, dann sieht es der Rakan, dann kannst du gegen ihn, cancelst die E oder W oder was auch immer das ist.
Überhaupt funktioniert.
Doch! Brauchst nur schnelle Reflexe, Johannes. Klar!
Schafft, jetzt hat sie einen Flash dafür verloren.
Du hast das Flash verloren, die nennt das Investment.
Für was? Für nix.
Manchmal muss man auch einfach Vertrauen haben, wie bei Bitcoin.
Investment implied, dass man was zurückkriegt.
Ja, das hat bei Bitcoin auch niemand geglaubt und dann waren sie auf einmal alle reich.
Alle waren so.
Ja.
Den halt sie mir jetzt mehr XP. Muss ein Gott sein, ich meine. Der carry das bestimmt allein.
Wichtiger als deine.
Ja. Das Einzige, was Syra braucht, ne? Das triggert mich so. Tragisch. Das ist einfach so bad. Du machst das auch öfters. Dass du einfach random anfängst zu pushen und denkst dir so, what the fuck, why?
Johannes, du bist der König der Wave-Stilen, also will ich mal aufpassen, ne?
Ja und? Was hat es damit zu tun?
Was ist das? Was ist was? Hä? Dass du überhaupt kein Ding-Control hast. Wave-Control und dann bist du. Du weißt niemals, wenn man pusht.
Oh.
Venture off the beaten path. A promising garden. Wait until my
Ja, der TP, wie ist der wieder da? Second Gank.
An enemy has been slain. Such a busy world. Ally has been slain. Come closer. So much more to see. The forest holds many surprises.
Jetzt gankt er. Muss Objective Falle und dann gank.
Take careful steps. Venture off the beaten path. closer. So much more to see. The forest holds many surprises.
What? Ist jetzt was? No.
Just a harmless flower.
Enemy rampage.
Take careful steps.
Turret plating will fall soon. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Venture off the beaten path. The harvest is upon us. A promising garden.
Da, wir sind zwei. Können wir den nicht nehmen? Ach,
Wait until my seeds take root. Such a busy world. Things aren't always what
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Come closer. Just
You have slain the enemy. Unstoppable. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Ace.
took the life from them. The forest holds many surprises. Pierce. Just a harmless flower.
Your team has
Innen.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. A promising garden.
Base is broken. Fuck.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Oh.
Ally has been slain. Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem. Come closer. So much more to see. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. The forest holds many surprises. Take careful steps. Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy shut down. Your inhibitor is respawning soon. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Whatever the but like that's like at the end of the day, I think guys just kind of suck at this kind of stuff. But like when you hyperfixate on like celebrities and all that shit, you make it sound like it's a problem unique to them, but it's not really unique to them at all.
People that agreed, obviously, but there was a lot of people I saw this comment. Well, what's the point
dein
of
Tag heute
becoming
besser, Philipp?
famous then? And that
Nö.
Immer noch rum.
Mhm. Nee. Wir haben heute kein Meeting gemacht. Ich so aufgeregt hat, dass wir so Dings machen.
Aufgeregt was?
Oder sich aufgeregt hat, dass wir so viele Meetings machen. Und deswegen haben wir heute mal ausnahmsweise kein Meeting gemacht.
Wundert mich aber auch, mir kommt es auch extrem viel vor bei euch. Gefühlt habt ihr jeden Tag ein Meeting, oder?
Wir machen jeden Tag eine halbe Stunde Scrum, ja, ungefähr.
Ja, bringt das was? Wird das nicht auch jede Woche reichen?
Und davon, wen du fragst.
Frag dich.
Hier wird sie einmal im Jahr reichen, aber.
Dass man von dir nie eine echte Antwort kriegen kann, ne?
Ja, sorry, ich will gar nicht mit denen reden.
Ja, aber bringt's was oder bringt's nix?
Ja, keine Ahnung, lohnt sich wahrscheinlich schon.
Also,
Ja,
wie
wenn-
ich Scrum verstanden habe, ist das immer sehr firmenindividuell anzupassen, wie oft du da Meetings hast.
Eigentlich eher teamrelevant. Eigentlich macht ja jedes Team für sich Scrum.
Ja, oder so. Aber mache halt voll viele Firmen einfach täglich und ich denke mir immer so, uns haben sie das ja auch mal probiert gehabt und da haben sie es auch täglich gemacht und das ist irgendwie so, Ahnung, so oft dann.
Ich denke, es gibt schon Bereiche, wo das Sinn macht. Große Teams. Montage, denke ich, macht viel Sinn, wenn du es täglich machst.
Ne,
So
bei
15
uns.
Minuten vorher. Dass die kurz den Leuten den Stand durchgeben. Das
Ja,
muss man
aber wenn du ein sinnvolles Team hast, dann weißt du das schon vom Vortag.
Ja, aber es muss ja nicht dein Team wissen, es muss ja, du musst ja dann, machst einen kleinen Bericht und dann kannst du es dann die es danach kriegen, keine Ahnung, die dann die Montage planen oder was weiß ich. Kriegst halt eine sehr gute zeitliche Einschätzung. Wenn die wichtig ist, kannst du schon täglich machen, aber.
Dodge ich das einfach.
Hm. Hm.
Silas Anivia, das ist Anivia Favored, oder?
Keine Ahnung, ist halt, wenn du gegen Silas einmal Bobusch macht er dich halt 3/4 live weg. Egal welcher Champ du bist.
Ja, sobald er halbes Item hat, ne?
Ja. Wollte alle so eine Ability sind.
Also unsere hat gerade episch aufs Maul gekriegt. Ist mal 4-mal gestorben.
Na gut. Halt, wenn du All-Ins und nichts hättest, ist halt schlecht.
Ich habe zweimal die gleiche Seife bestellt, aber ich glaube von verschiedenen Lieferanten. Jetzt kommen die einfach an verschiedene Tage, ne?
Amazon oder was?
Ja.
Ungewöhnlich. Das ist ungewöhnlich. Soll ich mir bestellen?
Also sagst du Anivia Favored, oder?
Nee. Bin bei Silas immer schwierig einzuschätzen, sage ich.
Das ist einfach-
Oh, das muss ich auch noch machen. Scheiße.
ne?
Mein Flug habe ich eine E-Mail noch gekriegt. Ich weiß nicht, was die wollen, aber irgendwas, weil ich fliege ja am Freitag.
Was, du fliegst schon wieder?
Ja, Urlaub. Hier ist die E-Mail, die ich gesucht habe. Was? Will das nicht?
Kind of begs the question, like, well, if the reason you're becoming famous is for
Hamburger
the sole
Straße
reason of
44.
having lots of random sex with women, that's gonna be a problem.
Is it?
And listen, I'm saying this, man. I have made friends who are being basically
Ach, die Hurensöhne, Alter.
doing horrible things, right, and getting called
Macht
out.
sowas.
And it's happening way too much. This is happening way.
You disagree with that? I don't know if you do some shit. If let's say that you go to, let's say that you like, let's say that you go to the gym a lot and you do it because you want to get hot and bitches.
Hallo.
Like, is that like? I mean, as long as you're not f***ing anybody. I mean, if that's your goal, you want to fuck people.
Warum ist der Philipp
Is
sagt,
that really
dass
that big of a deal?
beleidigt wird?
But what if you're like, I
Andere
want to be a
Menschen, die
lawyer?
nichts
So they
dafür
can
können.
Ich weiß nicht, er
like,
beantwortet
fucking
keine
find
Frage.
some Fine ass.
Ah.
That's why I want to be a lawyer.
Hä?
Like, I don't know. Is that?
Wann habe ich
I mean, unless you're like,
beleidigt?
Nicht nett, aber irgendjemand hast du als Hurensohn bezeichnet.
Ja.
Ja, die scheiß Post.
Ho, die können nichts dafür.
Ja, doch, weil sie entweder immer in der Paketstation direkt neben mir als Paket abstellen oder die, wo ich 5 Stationen mit der Bahn fahren muss.
Philipp, wenn du auf dem Dorf wohnst, wäre das genau anders.
Da wäre alles so weit weg.
Geh auf den Sack.
Und schon wieder. Philipp, sag, wenn du bereit bist.
Bin immer bereit.
Bereit. Geht's auch schon los. Let it rip.
Nee, ist aus.
Johannes, du konzentrierst dich jetzt ein bisschen.
Und ignorieren.
Warum zockst du jetzt auf Temption?
Gott, ich bin.
Ah,
Feel the thorns embrace.
Ich habe eigentlich nur auf dem Account gespielt, weil Philipp mir da komischerweise den Skin geschenkt hat und nicht auf dem Main.
hat man den verschenken können oder was?
Nee. Nicht umsonst.
Nicht umsonst. Hat der Philipp Geld verdient, schmeißt er also mit seinem Geld um sich, ja?
Ja, ich habe auch Rückenkratzer gekauft.
Was hast du gekauft?
Ich habe mir auch vergoldeten Rückenkratzer gekauft.
Boah, geil. Ich hatte auch mal einen. Aber nicht aus Gold.
Thomas, wir haben vergessen, dir Dollar zu geben.
Ach so. War ich am Sonntag, Johannes.
Wo schon war ich aber noch ein paar Franken rumliegen.
Nutzt es mir?
Tja, vielleicht will der Tommy angeben in Amerika.
Packt er die Franke aus, oder was?
Jeden aus von uns.
Weiß er bestimmt nicht, die haben Geld.
Oh, Philipp, dir könnte ich mal Franke mitgeben.
Dann lachen sie.
Philipp, kann ich dir mal Franke mitgeben? Dann kannst du die ausgeben, ne? Weil ich kann die nicht mehr umtauschen. Und das sind noch 120 Euro.
Hat zu der Zeit ja 1:1 immerhin.
Ich weiß, aber ich kann es nicht zurücktauschen. In Deutschland.
Das ist schlecht.
Ach, Philipp, es wird echt.
Ja, was soll ich dazu sagen? Soll ich beim Flieger sagen, er soll Zwischenhalte machen oder was?
Ja, nehme ich gern, weil ich bin eh permanent in der Schweiz. Sowas.
Okay.
Hopfen und Malz verloren.
Ist halt echt so, ne? Ravenwood, dann gehe ich doppelrück.
Gold. I'm rich. Oh.
Oh. Mein ADC gerade gesagt, der ist Autofill. Warum pickt mal als Autofilled Caitlyn?
Warum schreit hier alles mich an?
Philipp, du hast halt nichts mehr zu sagen.
Er schreit mich einfach an.
Philipp beleidigt einfach nur die Mütter von anderen.
Philipp ist so ein richtiger 4chan-Trollwoche, ne?
Ja.
Ich weiß nicht, was 4chan ist.
Ich auch nicht, aber ich glaube, das bist du.
Alter, ich hab schon Anima Squad.
Anima Squad?
Bam! Ich abgeschnitzelt.
Ich hab noch gar nichts.
Nicht traurig sein, Tommy, nicht traurig sein.
Ein Jungler heißt Jungle Diff.
Ja,
Zeichen.
sehr gutes Zeichen.
Alles ist okay.
Du nicht bis Not dreht's. Tommy, was soll das jetzt?
Was jetzt?
Nicht gut.
Ich hab keine Combo.
Muss Anima spielen, Tommy.
Anima.
Ich glaube, das war irgendwas, was ich gemacht habe. Shit.
Hat einer ein Anima-Wappen.
Mach die Excel-Liste auf, Philipp.
Auch noch Anti-Heal.
Und der Mensch ist Mensch.
Alter, ich hab schon 2 Fame, Tommy. 2 Fame.
Just a harmless flower.
Was?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Gelevelt und hast eine 2 Unit auf dem Board. Schämst du dich?
Ich hab das Gefühl, das wird meine Season. Ich fühle mich so ruhig.
Okay.
Was? Philipp, was habe ich auf dem... Ich habe lauter Scheiße bisher.
Du hast gelevelt und eine 2er-Unit. Du bist broken, Tommy.
4 Zweier-Units.
Was ist das? Ach, du hast True.
Also Philipp, wenn 3 Minions mehr sind, dann push die Wave.
Nee.
Doch?
Nee.
Wie dann?
Das ist ungefähr so. Kommt drauf an, wo sie steht. Wenn sie
Richtig.
auf deiner Seite steht, dann reichen 3 Minions nicht. Dann brauchst du 4. Wenn sie auf der gegnerischen Seite, andersrum, wenn sie auf deiner Seite reichen 3, wenn sie auf der gegnerischen Seite stehen, brauchst du 4.
Ist doch, ich hab Wave Management.
Nochmal Fame, Tommy, ich bin Fame.
Du warst schon immer Fame.
Venture
Für mich warst du schon immer der Größte.
Los! Oh, mein Jinx zu wenig Attack Speed. Ich verliere das. Oh, ich will das.
Das war knapp, aber wolltest du nicht verlieren?
Ja, die ist out of flit.
Fame.
Fame.
so much more.
Ohne Fame gibt's nichts, Tommy.
Ohne Fame ist das Leben lame. Boah. Ich weiß nicht, was ich für eine Kombination habe.
Holds many surprises.
Level 2. Mit Raven und Net Level 2.
Nee. Cheater.
Ich verliere 100 Pro.
Nee. Verlieren.
Kann das. Okay, vielleicht verliere ich nicht.
Okay, wie spiele ich das 1 gegen 2 hier?
Bitte tut die eine Jule, danke. Du Arsch.
Philipp, du bist ganz unten.
Ganz unten.
Ach, ich darf mir eh nichts aussuchen. Also, ist ja nicht viel frei.
Sie trollt einfach so hart.
Okay, Maskott, Unmaskott.
Let's Beyblade!
Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always sprout. Venture off the beaten path.
Oh mein Gott,
Hey
what?
Philipp, was soll denn das?
Der Damage gewundert, der die Jinx da noch gemacht hatte.
So much more.
Habe ich da jetzt eigentlich Maskott, Enemy Squad? Was ist der? Renegade Enemy Squad.
So. Heute?
The forest holds
Huh?
many surprises. Such a busy world.
Loch, Loch, Loch.
Is upon us. Just wait.
So. Will ich auf Mana?
An enemy has been slain. A promising garden.
3-0.
Take careful steps.
As expected. Mind the trap.
Ich verliere.
Ich verliere immer, Tom. Ich verliere immer.
Wait until my seeds take root. An ally has been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path.
Mhm. Ist das sexy?
Thank you.
So much more to see. The forest holds many surprises.
What the fuck? Ich dachte, er hat Curse Ding gekriegt. Ich dachte schon, wie hat er so viele Units auf dem Boden?
Come closer.
Was spielt denn der Philipp eigentlich?
Hm?
Nina. Sowas wie der erste Au, der hat schon 6er Anima.
Ah, nice.
Also, du machst ja voll die OP-Champions auf deiner Bank.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ich bin schon wieder Haupt.
just a harmless flower. Wait until an enemy has been slain.
Ich werde so hart committed, Scheiße.
Ja, ich bin leer.
Oh, Alter, da ist so eine Barriere.
Meine, ich bin immun gegen Brand. Die ersten 20 Sekunden.
Tommy, ob es ist mächtig.
Danke.
Second. Thank you.
So much more to see.
No.
Jetzt so, Hannes ist strong now.
Was hat der für Level? Level 10, ich bin Level 7.
The force holds many surprises.
Mistport.
Er hat so lang. Okay. Renata ist einfach schön.
Turret plating will soon fall. An enemy has been slain. Such a busy world.
Double kill.
Enemy killing spree. Careful steps.
Oh mein Gott, ich troll.
Wait until my seeds take root. Enemy rampage.
What the fuck?
Voll stark, Philipp.
Hm?
Die sind schon voll stark, die Gegner.
Was soll ich sagen, ne? Ich krieg auch noch das Maul.
Ach so. Ich bin gleich tot.
Come closer. Such a busy world.
Alter, was ist denn das? Ich verrecke ja in 2 Sekunden.
Macht ja nichts draus, Tommy. Ich bin auch ein Loser.
Gewonnen.
An enemy
Hart
has
hoch.
been slain.
Hier.
An ally has
Wie das? Gegen Bianc.
been has destroyed a turret.
Muss wohl noch schlechter sein als ich.
Du spielst das gleiche wie du. Hier, du spielst Animatrupp.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Take careful steps.
Jetzt ist es krass, Tommy.
Vielleicht, ja.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your turret has been destroyed.
Aufklärer sind noch voll viele und der eine herrschte Platz 1 ist Animatrupp. 7.
Die geht rein und gibt ihm der Reese.
Things aren't always fierce.
Scheiße, der konnte mich raushauen. Ist der mit 2 mehr Units drinnen, ne? Ah.
Venture off the beaten path. An enemy has been slain. So much more to see.
Diese Platten sind so gay. Tommy, ich bin raus.
Echt?
Hm.
Fuck. Genau 0.
The force holds many surprises. An ally has been slain. Triple kill.
Jesus Christ, wie bad bist denn du? Ja, das müssen wir eigentlich verlieren, wir haben keine ADC.
Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain.
Easter Egg. Wie gewinnt das? Really?
Aufs Maul. Ich bin auch da draußen.
So raus.
Noch mehr, aber gleich. Nicht mehr lange. 14 Leben noch.
Venture off the beaten path. So much more to see.
An enemy has been slain.
Just wait.
An enemy has been slain. The enemy's ally has been slain.
Nein! Ich miss und so, die hast nicht.
Has destroyed a turret.
Mhm.
Come closer. Such a busy world.
Fein, Ende.
Ace. Enemy rampage.
Raus damit, was?
Noch nicht, aber gleich.
Just hold this flower.
Okay. Irgendwie überlebe ich gerade.
Wait until my seeds take root. Venture off the beaten path.
Welche Küste? Gut, der macht mich Half-Life.
Oh, der hat eine Riven 3.
So much more to see. Just wait.
Ich bin raus.
My prey thinks it's so clever.
Silber 4, Philipp. Mit dir rede ich nicht mehr.
Hm?
Ich bin jetzt schon Silber.
Du bist so abgehoben. Was ist das für eine Scheiße?
Many surprises. An enemy
Mein Spiel ist kaputt.
Philipp schreibt mich jetzt so an.
Mein Spiel ist kaputt.
Oh, und Johannes zu. Der gewinnt gerade.
Bin nicht sicher. Das könnte either way gehen.
Voll
Ich bin
die.
gerade wieder zu zweit in 4 reingerannt.
Auto Hit of Doom. Was ist denn das für eine Umfrage? Take Baron, give Baron.
Ja, das ist die neue Kommunikationsmöglichkeit. Ich vote immer Take.
Glaube ich nicht.
So, und da mich der Maokai one-shottet, gehen wir jetzt.
harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Venture off the beaten path.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
None will escape my wrath.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down.
Death is in bloom.
Ally has been slain.
So much more to see. The forest holds many surprises.
Ups.
Such a busy world.
Was hast du da eigentlich vor, Tommy?
Wir zocken jetzt Rank, ich und du.
Hm?
Ich und du zocken jetzt Rank.
Ich weiß ja nicht, ob das der Move ist.
Du wirst dadurch richtig Spaß im Spiel haben und wirst eigentlich genießen.
Tommy.
Stellt man seine Rollen aus. Könnt doch gerne mit dem Smurf online kommen.
Wieso, Tommy? Wieso?
Kannst du auch mit dem spielen. Ich hab kein Problem damit.
Ach, soll ich umloggen, oder was?
Nee, kannst du auch mit dem spielen. Philipp, ich carry
Okay,
ihn.
okay, ja, dann let's go.
Sollen wir auf den Johannes warten oder sollen wir ohne ihn starten?
Ich bin doch das zurück schon.
Raiden wird gerade direkt aufgewacht wieder.
Macht auch Spaß zu spielen.
Ja?
Macht ja auch Spaß zu spielen.
Hier auch.
Ja, aber zu schlecht.
Ja. Oh ja, das wird gerade von dem Olaf gecarried.
Ne, die Kate carried.
Okay.
Ja, irgendwann hat die echt Damage. Ich weiß nicht, wann die angefangen hat, aber irgendwann hat die Kills gekriegt. Ich bin echt gespannt auf die Damage am Ende. Eigentlich müsste die jetzt richtig Damage fahren.
Was ist das für ein Held neben Olaf? Der über Olaf?
Wait until
Held kenne ich
the
nicht.
seeds take root.
Der andere bärtige. Drei Inhibs kaputt und können den ausmachen.
Will Olaf den?
Ein Udir. Hat ein Udir ein neues Bild gekriegt?
Ja.
Ist Udir jetzt strong?
Ja.
OK.gg. Gibt's da
Venture.
etwas, was mir empfohlen wird zu spielen als Anfänger? Junge. Was? Maokai wird jetzt nur noch im Jungle gespielt.
Macht mich einfach Half-Life, der Shit.
Warum ist
Ein
Maokai,
Sapling. Was?
warum ist Maokai so strong?
Verstehe es nicht ganz ehrlich.
OP steht sogar dran. OP.
An enemy has been slain. Come closer.
Warum gar nicht keine TP? Warum stelle ich TP vor?
What?
Oh.
Such a busy world.
Mein Sieg! Hab ich mir verdient. Musste nur 2 Doppelkills auf der Botlane machen, ne?
Reportbot. Das ist dein verdientes Sieg. Hat er
Ja.
geschrieben.
Der Draven hat nämlich gespielt. LP
noch
Never
Damage
Give
gemacht?
Up Reach Challenger. Was? Wen interessiert? So, wenn Honor. Kann ich hier jemand honern?
Ja, den Daddy.
Den Olaf, ne?
Ja,
Das ist den Ut, sagst.
ja Daddy. Ranked Reward.
Alter! Meine Kate hat Damage gemacht, what? Ja, der Olaf ist 3-mal auf den Draven gerannt und danach hat der Draven nämlich gespielt.
Oh, Philipp und Johannes auf der Botlane. Haukai im Jungle. Muss man da was beachten?
Nee. Wer auf Saplings? Hast du gesehen, der eine Sapling, der mich Half-Life gemacht hat?
Mhm.
Hallo, schon wieder ein Like, Tobi.
Ein richtiger Fanboy. Aber ich kann dich bald nicht mehr unterstützen, außer du zockst nachts.
True.
Aber Philipp übernimmt meinen Job als Fanboy.
Nee, Philipp macht nie was. Philipp ist
Echt?
nicht mal subscribed.
Glaubt er nicht an dich?
Mhm.
Mensch, Philipp.
Was ist los?
Warum tust du Johannes entliken auf YouTube?
Nehme ich für meinen Namen.
Ich glaub dir sogar. Was hast du für einen Namen?
Ja, das wäre jetzt ziemlich kontraproduktiv, wenn ich dir das jetzt sagen würde.
Hey, aber du weißt, dass ich das gar nicht sehe, gell, wenn du subst, ne?
Doch, stimmt
Nee.
irgendwo.
Ne?
Äh,
Subs sind anonym.
Mein Daumen, das muss reichen.
Johannes, jetzt musst du noch witzige Tanzvideos machen.
Oh, Thomas, die wirst doch nur du gucken.
Ja, das langt. Ja, das ist immer so lang.
Spirit Blossom Yorick, ja, leider schon. Ja, Flex Q ist im Prinzip wie normal. Komplett garbage.
LOL wird langsam out, Johannes.
So, das Revenue von denen sagt was anderes, ne?
Echt? Wie viele Spieler gibt es in Real Legend?
Ich hätte mir mal die Statistik aufschreiben sollen von OPGG. Das siehst du eigentlich ganz gut an der Rangliste.
Ja. Der Jan ist auch fast nicht mehr online, ne?
Nee, Jan ist fast nie online. Du bist gerade öfters online als Jan.
Na gut. Kalte Jahreszeit. Nichts mehr zum Lesen. Keiner will angeln gehen. Alles doof.
Nur die Ruhe.
Ich hab die Ruhe. Irgendwann nehme ich dich mit, Johannes, auch wenn du nicht willst. Frühs, schön um 7 aufstehen. Nee, um 7 da sein. Losfahren.
Der Roboter hat die Ding. Ja, können wir schon mal. Der Roboter hat sich in der Bürste, die Bürste hat sich von der Rolle gelöst und dann hat quasi dieses Gummiteil, also diese Gummirolle, hat sich durchdreht.
Hä?
Da ist ja so eine Gummirolle drin, ne?
Ja.
Und die ist ja auf so einem Schaumstoff draufklebt.
Ja. Ach Gott, und der Kleber hat sich komplett gelöst.
Ja!
Angenommen. Philipp!
Ich muss sagen, wenn es praktisch bin, dann gehen.
Okay.
Ich habe das Gefühl, Philipp hat gar kein Interesse mehr.
5 Minuten haben wir gewartet. 5. Kannst du das jetzt nachkleben, Johannes?
Hä?
Nachkleben.
Ja, ich habe sie mal aufgehoben. Ich habe jetzt 2 neue bestellt. Das Problem ist, irgendwie, da war ziemlich viel roter Staub drin. Irgendwie hat da irgendwas gesteuert. Oh, Philips hat Pop.
Vergessen. Jetzt müssen wir warten, bis Philipp soweit ist, sonst können wir nicht mehr spielen.
Hm?
Wir haben vergessen, dir Bescheid zu sagen.
Schieb's auf den zweiten Monitor.
Johannes, ich habe eine Angelspitze bei mir repariert.
Selber?
Ja,
Echt?
ja,
Hast du sie heiß gemacht und runtergezogen?
ja. Und dann habe ich eine neue drauf gemacht. Also ich habe die alte dann benutzt, weil bei mir ist sie abgebrochen, weißt du? Dann habe ich 2 Zentimeter von dem abgebrochenen abgeschnitten und habe es dann draufgeklebt. Jetzt sieht es wieder aus wie neu. Ist halt 3 Zentimeter kürzer die Rute jetzt.
Ja, ist dann so viel Kleb rein, dass es wieder passt hat. Ja, nee, das wird doch dicker. Hast du es abgefeilt?
Nee, das ist bei so einer UL-Rute, weißt du? Die sind ja eh ewig lang ganz dünn.
Eine L-Route ist, aber ja.
Ach, bei den dünnen, ganz dünnen UL, also ultra light. Und der, was ich da gefischt habe.
Bei der Kleine, oder was?
Ja. Fand man?
Evelyn, Ecker, Aukai.
Warum Maoka? Ich dachte, der ist OP.
Ja.
So. Ju fängt mal aber an mit dem. Warum nicht E?
Durch den Jungle kommen muss.
Ja, da kommt schon mit E auch durch, oder?
Vielleicht gibt dir Q Attack Speed.
Was ist passiert?
Die E-Stack nicht mehr.
Ah, die E-Stack nicht mehr, okay. Philipp, du kannst mir auch Maokai picken, dann kann ich dir später dein ADC picken, wenn du willst.
Heat ADC.
Ah, stimmt.
Jetzt muss Hacker spielen. Oder Sack.
Ist denn jetzt noch OP? So, Jungle.
Gott, die komplette AIDS.
Oh, scheiße.
The Angler.
Clients. Is that really a problem? Is that really a big deal? Is that really a bad thing? I don't know.
Too much. And I think to myself, how is it that there's so many men, famous men, who are still doing this shit despite knowing that that this is a problem, that it's gonna come out, right? And that you can't f around, you can't make mistakes like that. And yet people are still out there being scumbags.
And yeah, but the problem again, I don't even know. The problem is that we don't even know if the Andrew Callahan guy was abusing his fame. He might have, because from every tweet that I saw, it just seemed like he was kind of like creepy and pushy, which is bad. But Really?
Ich habe die jetzt
Red
noch
shorts,
leichter gemacht,
black
indem
top.
wir sagen, welche Runen du sogar mitnehmen sollst.
I'm just saying.
Hm.
No, I'm just saying.
How does this not work? What do you mean? This is cute.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. Is it not cute?
Philipp, was spielst du?
It's shorts. What are you? Ouch!
Das ist Spiel.
Why would you bite me?
Bye.
And it just makes me think, like, if you're a famous guy, I hate to tell you, but I think the one night stands, I think it's got to be out.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Bruv, you one girl in the past like 15 years. Why even like enter an opinion on this? Just shut the up. You don't have to have an opinion on everything. You could also just not say anything. You could just shut the up. It's so easy to just shut the up. It's so easy. Go play some Factorio, bruv.
And the reason I say that is to protect you from doing something horrible to somebody and doing something you will regret.
It's also such stupid advice. Like, it's so funny because this motherfucker, I guarantee you, has probably been on at least one stream in his life where he's been talking about like abstinence-only education is stupid because you can't expect teenagers to be abstinent. Then turns around. If you're like
Manch?
Wir sind die einzigsten, die AP spielen.
Such a busy world.
Was ist mein Auge?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Ja, hol dir das Gold, Philipp.
Half-Life.
Du willst es auch mal gut, ne?
Und Philipp, wie zockt sich's eigentlich jetzt auf dem Riesenmonitor? Oh, das Ding läuft einfach außen rum.
Wer ist da?
Ich habe aber einen riesigen schwarzen Rand.
Ah, okay.
Hey, war da die Samira oder was? Nee, was war?
Mein Ding ist außen rumgelaufen, mein komisches Tier. Ich habe jetzt ein Haustier hier.
Alter, Big Boy 2.
Philipp ist ein richtig guter Tänzer in dem Spiel.
Blähungen.
Ja, was war das? Hast du den gerade CC?
Nee.
Der ist doch gerade ein Stück weggeflogen, oder nicht?
Nee.
Death is in bloom.
Passt so aus. Aber ich glaube nicht.
Wait until my seeds take root. First blood.
Wir verlieren das.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. The forest holds many surprises.
Was? Das ist ein Hit. Geht nicht shielded, oder?
So much more to see.
What? So tue ich. Fordert mit der. Gib nur an. Ne?
Busy.
Exhaust.
Hielt das nicht mal. Immer noch schief.
Exhaust raus.
Heal ist raus.
Just wait. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. A promising garden.
Maokai Spotzeit, ne?
Holds many surprises.
Mach mal so, als würde ich da helfen.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Flower. An ally has been slain.
Warum hat er keine Ulti?
Venture off the beaten path. An enemy has been slain. So much more to see.
Oh, ich renn rein.
Such a busy world. Come closer.
Ja, wollte ich was machen? Eher schwierig, oder?
Die ist.
Things aren't always
Maokai war Richtung Botzeit.
Nicht schlecht.
Okay. Echt jetzt?
Können wir pfeifen, ich habe keine Lust mehr. Und Spaß. Nee, ich will es auch nicht spielen. Das war zu anstrengend.
Stabs. A promising garden. An ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower.
Ich bin gerade im Mal durchpushen.
So much more to see. Rampage. Come through. Things aren't always what they seem. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. Killing spree. The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Venture off the beaten path.
Turret plating will soon fall.
So much more to see. Such a busy world. Come closer.
Das ist aber schon ein Ding, Alter.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Ich muss charge.
Ja, komm, lass rausgehen. Es macht doch einfach keinen Spaß, Alter. Ja, dieser wieder GC, Digga. Richtig Geld.
Alter.
The forest holds
An
many
enemy has been
surprises.
slain.
Just a holy flower.
What? Okay.
What lives beneath the soil?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Venture off the beaten path. So much more to see.
You have slain an enemy.
Wir können den machen.
Your team
Ich
has
hab Flash ready, Ignite Ult, aber leider noch kein Leandri.
Ich habe noch keine Ulti, Johannes, ne?
Ja, ist gut. Ehrlich sagen, ich will den gar nicht. Ich hab Sonias. Fast tot.
Denn
Ich gehe hier heim, ich hab Leandris.
Oh. Alter.
Okay. Got him.
kann nicht helfen.
Things
Oder?
aren't always what they
Macht das Ding Schaden?
Nee. Also Boxauge, dann schlägt er nach vorne. Aber es macht nicht viel Schaden.
Drake ist auch alive. Bot rauspushen, wenn ihr wollt. Kommt ihr Bot? Bin bei Drake.
Bin ich schon bei Drake?
Ja, ja. Will er nicht.
Kann er nicht, gell?
Gut in.
Immer noch nicht kaputt. Nächsten.
Ja, ist fein. Kein Sonias für den Flotti.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ready? Er packt's. Wir gehen Baron.
Your turret has been destroyed. Just a
Ja, wenn der jetzt ins Back geht.
Die Wade.
Vorsicht bitte, ne? Das sind 2 Sekunden. Nein,
Scheißegal, Kanada. Wish Scuttles?
nicht haben.
Kann jetzt Anti. Ja.
venture off the beaten path.
Was macht mein mystisches Item?
Drained Gegner und du kriegst mehr Armor und Magic Resist, umso mehr Leute um dich rum.
Ist aktiv?
Ne,
Weil es so aktiv ausschaut.
So much more to see.
Bild für den hier.
Ja, warte, ich habe in 2 Sekunden dran.
Vorsicht, 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 da ist mehr, nicht weitergehe. Bin hier nur nicht rein.
Das ist so cool.
Hoffe ich nicht. Oh! Sorry.
Oh,
Wir hatten. Er hat Mist, Mist, Mist.
da ist die Kale oben, ne?
Ich hab Anti-Heal diesmal.
Also, Power, Damage.
Gale bei mir.
Ja, ich bin da, wenn sie kommen.
Schade. Ich hab Akku. Nimm mehr. Bitte. Ein Bobo.
Nur Aggro.
Ich glaube, ihr habt. Wir könnt den nehmen. Den würde ich nicht nehmen.
Samira Sauda.
Jetzt holst du noch einen Blue Buff. Lecker, Schmecker.
Wir sind da, Johannes.
Nimm den Red Buff.
Dann will der Philipp. Und wenn ich ihm den nicht gebe, schreibt er mich wieder an.
Müssen zu Baron, gell? 1 Minute. Warum bin ich da gerade 3-mal in den Tower gelaufen? Das ist meine Frage.
Mich?
A promising garden.
Oh, der Yasuo geht wieder tiefer.
Ja, aber der ist jetzt ultra fett normalerweise.
Oh, der hat ihn erwischt.
TP Kale kommt zu euch.
Bin gleich da, Philipp. Von der anderen Seite. Wow, perfekt getimed.
Schön. Schön. Hier ist der nächste.
Just a harmless flower.
Oh. Das ist echt weit.
Sachen sollten wir dann wahrscheinlich danach machen, oder? Oder top.
Gehen top.
Destroyed an inhibitor. So much more. Your team has destroyed
Oh!
Wenn ihr handelt.
What?
Wie hat er dich töten können? Vorsicht, Philipp, das sind alle.
Der hat mich instant ultet. Okay. Philipp macht jetzt auch Damage.
such a busy world.
Aber wir müssen eigentlich bald beenden, weil die Kale kommt in einem Item online oder ist die schon online?
Noch ist nicht online, oder? 1, 10, 2 Items.
Ist nicht unser Problem.
Mit uns.
Samira, definitiv in unsere Backline kommen.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Du das oben an.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Ich habe kein Pinkwort für den.
Ich
Naja,
habe keine Warte. Amira und Kale sind Bot. Eine gute Idee, was er davor hat.
Nee, der kommt hierher.
Take careful steps.
Da sind immer noch 2 Stück Bot, also
Ja, geht.
3.
Okay.
Das sind 2 Linien macht das jetzt.
Den Top durch.
The forest holds many surprises.
Sieg!
Wir haben gewonnen. Solides Spiel.
Thomas.
Ja?
Honored.
Wir hätten fast 3-mal surrendered, aber wir haben trotzdem noch gewonnen. Ach, Silber. Direkt Silber.
Mm.
Philipp hat sogar ein S bekommen.
So, mit der Tastatur ist geistesgestört.
Meine.
Ja.
Ah, okay. Ja, das ist vielleicht ein bisschen dumm. Mein Mikro steht genau daneben. Warte. Ich testen. Scheiße.
Ja, besser als vorhin, ey.
Okay, jetzt. Ich merke, wie viele Klicks ich hatte.
Ich bin ein bisschen gewundert, dass auf Sack, ja. Das ist wie Matze auf Yasso, oder weiß ich auch immer nicht, was der drückt.
Ich habe hier eine 20er KDU, ja, also.
Mhm.
Damage ist nicht so wichtig.
Oh, stimmt, wir noch eins.
Einmal
Sag mal-
Marker spielen können.
Joint man jetzt eigentlich erst der Chat, wenn man was schreibt?
Ich glaube, die Frage geht an dich, Philipp.
Keine Ahnung.
Darf schon mit die Spiele verlieren.
Da schreit er mich noch mehr an.
Mhm.
Ja, irgendwie gefällt mir das Kamerabild nicht so 100.
Warum?
Das ist ein bisschen so. Nee.
Eigentlich recht scharf sogar, oder? Ne?
Ah, wo ist meine Kiste? Ich wurde gescammt. Thomas, ich habe jetzt eine Haarcard.
Was hast du jetzt? Eine Halbkarte? Echt? Das ist ein
Ja.
Haken.
Ha?
Das ist ein Halbhaken.
Ja, jetzt wird sekündlich abgerechnet und ich kann an aller Ladestation laden.
Hey, was zahlst du da momentan?
Gar nichts. Es wird nur wieder auf. Ja, vielleicht hat's Abschlussgebühr kostet. Das ist schon 2 Monate her. 200 Euro wird immer draufgeladen, wenn du 10 Euro unterschreitest oder so.
Ah, okay.
Ich habe nur 200 Euro gemacht, weil ich nicht verstanden habe, ob das auch ob das Guthaben auch beim Laden verbraucht wird, weil wenn es auch beim Laden verbraucht wird, dann ist die Euro nicht.
Okay. Ja gut, aber wie selten wirst du ein Halb laden, wenn du daheim laden kannst?
Ja, normal. Aber ich möchte die Option haben halt.
Ja, okay.
Außerdem
Haben
ist das
ist besser als nicht haben.
Das mit dem Parke ist schon immer so eine Sache.
Ja, dafür ist so richtig gut. Also, Halle ist echt nervig.
Ja, aber die machen es gar nicht schlecht, gell? Eigentlich, also jeder, für den es Sinn macht, der sollte sich eigentlich relativ schnell so ein Ding holen, weil.
Jeder Halle eigentlich.
Ja. Das lohnt sich relativ zügig.
Ja.
$50 pro Kilowattstunde kostet.
Oi, 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 okay.
Ja, und 45 Cent mit der HL-Card.
Hey, 5
Ja,
Cent.
oh, kein großer Unterschied.
Geht, oder?
Automatisches Einfahren durch Schranken gibt's noch.
Like a famous celebrity guy and there are like hot fucking women throwing themselves at you, like you have to say no, you can't f any of them because it's not good. Like, bro, what the f? You think this is realistic advice?
And it seems that there's a high enough percentage of women who are regretting these hookups,
Du kannst die
who
Pick
feel
Orders
coerced, who feel like they can be manipulated into doing something they don't want to do. And I just keep seeing the same story over and over and over again. And it's like, what are we going to do about this? Because you
Jetzt
think that
kommt die
something would be
Yumi.
changing by now, but it's like the same headline.
Oh,
over and
Bot
over and
Lane
over again.
6.
The Tempest is at your command.
Oh. Du bist bereit zu carrier.
Nö.
Ach, Philipp.
Ja. Los.
Mit dem Tausche, gell? Das schon gesehen?
Ich? Ja, aber. Wäre jetzt eigentlich eh egal. Varus Mitte. Wow. Das Spielen, ja?
I think that famous men need to stop having random hookups.
Eigentlich
It's
kann
just
man die
a
HL-Karte
recipe
ja im Auto
for
lassen, oder?
disaster and pain and hurt. And it's gonna fuck your it's gonna fuck your life
Außer
up
sie
too,
glaubt
right?
jemand, ne?
It's just not worth it.
Es ist immer blöd.
And so this comment comes up like, what's the point of becoming famous then? Well, then therein lies the problem. If you're becoming famous to
There's a
sleep with
clip that's
bunch of
gone
women-
viral on Twitter today that everyone has been tagging me in because it's in my field of expertise, slapping. There is an absolutely brutal clip that's making the rounds on Twitter, which is a slapping competition between two gentlemen. But these gentlemen don't have any manners. These slaps are like tectonic plate shifting level
die Tanks
slaps.
wieder so stark
Like, I
sind?
wouldn't be surprised if there was like actual registered activity on the Richter scale during this slapping competition. The damage that was done to their faces is unlike anything I've seen before. So I wanted to show you a couple of the slaps as well as, of course, the viral clip. I don't want to show you all of it because I think this is something that you have to see to believe, so I'm going to put a link to the whole match in the description of the video. I can't undersell the power behind these meaty paws colliding with their cheeks. It is downright dangerous. Like, these are slaps that could kill a man. This isn't your grandma's old disciplinary slaps. These are big boys.
Este câștigător, arbitru, domnul Sandu Lungu, le aduce la cunoștință regulile încă o dată, pentru că le-a și spus este...
Să vedem cum încasează o palmă de 152 de kilograme. Wow! Pentru prima dată îl văd.
Let me introduce you to our protagonist. This guy shows up to the hootenanny already swollen, and that side of his face is already clearly damaged. So this is not his first battle of the night, and he still shows up and puts on a historic display of heart and soul. This is a 23-minute schlobberknocker. This just goes the distance between these...
Was ist denn los, ey?
Habe ich nicht einen Minion Dematerializer mit? Und keine Boots. Olin!
Film schon wieder Jack Daniels.
Jetzt aus der Flasche, oder was?
Und es hat gelungen wie eine Dose.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ich glaube, das ist genau die Hook Range, Tommy.
Ah, ich habe ihn erwischt.
Aber ich meine Tommy.
Oh ja, ich habe ihn schon gesehen.
Machen wir das nochmal, ne? Gewagt haben, sich nochmal vorzuwagen. Nochmal 20 Gold, bitte.
Kein Gold.
Wir haben AP-Bares mit, oder nicht? Cool.
Yay!
Easy.
Swiftly.
Gut. Ja, schau mal. Weggeskillt, ne? What? Biscuits?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Upon the wing.
Ach man. Die stirbt, oder? Ach!
Was denn? Fucking Bots!
hinterherflashen müssen, aber dann sterbe ich.
Swiftly.
Angler da.
In harmony.
Ja, wir müssen den... Roller. Komm zu dir, Thomas.
With ease.
Ehrlich schlecht. So widerlich. Batman, das ist einfach widerlich. Subhuman, Alter. So schlecht, ist so widerlich. Einfach widerlich, Mann. Wie man so League spielen kann. Mann. Ich verliere gegen sowas.
Keine Zeit.
Ich hab White Gun. Ich will die White Gun reinkriegen.
Swiftly.
Ah, das ist schwer. Okay.
Gathers darkness on the crescent's edge.
Aber trotzdem Int. Problem. Ne, ich kann Full Boots gehen.
In harmony.
Beide Kills und die Plate allein wär's perfekt. Oh, der ist Mitte. Oh, er hat's.
An enemy has been slain. Upon the wind.
Rash kann hochkommen, Thomas.
Ja, ich hab gepinkt.
Ja, ist Bot.
At one. Breathlessly.
Ich spiele so, als wäre was da, aber es ist nichts da. Es ist einfach nur bad.
With ease.
Könnt Ulti machen.
Ja. Oh, das Ding. Ihr habt's. Jetzt auf den Thrash. Dann. Ich glaube, ihr habt beide. Sapling?
Aber kommt ja noch hin.
In harmony.
Ich hab keinen Mana.
An ally has been slain.
Ja, von Philipp.
Killing spree.
Hm,
Ally
Gebaut tot.
slain.
das Ding.
With ease.
Oh, mit White am Tower, das sind 2 Plates.
Monster, der Double Buff.
As you wish.
Ich hab kein Wort für Drake. Ich habe jetzt Sonias.
Swiftly. Killing spree. Upon the wind.
What?
Komm da nicht hinterher.
No.
Ricochet.
What? Der Ricochet.
Bleibt noch.
Oh,
Krieg ich nicht tot, ne?
ne. Ist das noch Big Deep?
Ja.
As you wish.
Philipp pusht hier, wir können glaub Drake machen.
Ich habe kein Smite.
With ease. Swiftly.
Regnet?
Ne.
Crash kommt wieder runter.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wenn die diven. Alter!
Oh, du hast.
AIDS. Aber nur AIDS. Was ist denn los mit dem Tower? Will der mich verarschen oder so?
Gale winds unleashed.
Kann ich nicht alleine töten.
Lass
Ne?
dir Plate allein, mir gehen Drake.
Halt.
Ich will Plate, Bruder. Das Bounty geholt. Flash Ignite raus.
Chaos ist confused.
Hat der dich genommen, oder was?
Flash Ignited.
Oh, ich glaube, ich protect hier Blade. Das ist nur eine. Hast du Ult, Thomas?
Ja. Aber die pushen halt top hart. Also, ja. Hat sie noch ihr Ding?
Das wird fein. Die haben Blades geopfert und ist gestorben. Nimm die Wave, nimm die Wave.
Es sieht schon T2.
Ihr Side.
Vorsicht, der Trash natürlich.
As you wish.
Ich glaube, er hat ihn.
sicher ist es.
Lustig.
Keine Warte, ihr könnt von unten kommen.
Digga, was ist denn los? Kriegst doch da keinen Tower-Shot, Alter. Scheiße, ich dachte, die stirbt.
Jo. Du hast kein Item.
Ja, doch, aber irgendwie war der Bounce weird. Der ganze Damage ist irgendwie nicht hintergegangen.
The tempest is upon them.
Der hat actually dich versucht zu. Das war kein schlechter Predict, oder? Keine White Gun mehr, ich bin jetzt useless.
Oh.
Ich hab keine Ult.
Mir war ein Tank.
Ich hab 0 Mana, Philipp.
Ist ein Back wegen Drake, oder?
Ja. Nee. Auch Anti-Right.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ich glaube. Anti-CC würde ich sagen.
Ich hab Giga-Müllwaffen.
Wüsste den Drake eigentlich. Varus Move jetzt erst.
Immer noch Giga.
Thomas, du musst hoch zu uns, du musst hoch zu uns.
Warte, ruhig. Ich war dumm.
Dann alle, oder was?
Da waren alle, ja.
Hat die dich geultet?
Okay. Jo.
Keine Warts mehr.
Upon the wind.
sehen euch. Steht schon über oben. Immer noch oben.
What? Pikachu kommt von oben.
Am Tower gekriegt gegen sie wir.
Gold.
Der kriegt den Blue auf der Inner Down. Struggle is real.
Bin zu Richtung Baron. Oh, wo ist jemand? Und Mitte? What? What? Okay. Was genau ist der Damage? Oh, der 6 ist fett.
Kann ich das sterben, Alter?
Ein weniger.
In harmony.
Raus? Wirklich mit dem Item?
Swiftly. Has been slain. An ally has been slain. Upon the wing.
Meldet?
As you wish.
Was ist das für Damage?
Digga! Könnt ihr einspellen? Einen!
harmony. With ease.
Das Six hat kein Flash mehr, sieht schon auch nicht. Aber sieht schon doch alle 3 Sekunden Jump, können auch einer der 1000 Jumps gewesen sein. Bastard Heroes sind drin.
Hier ist auf jeden Fall ein Wort.
As you wish.
Hinter euch das Ding. So, die killt Thomas nicht, ne? Machen die aber Baron? Nee. Doch machen. Ich hab Triple Ult gehittet, aber hat nicht viel Damage gemacht.
Double kill.
Ach, geht in 3 Sekunden Backboard, das ist weg, right? Aber der ist down, das war der Wichtige. Ja, das Baron Recall und die Nase.
Upon the wind.
Warum macht meine Ult so wenig Damage? Das waren 3 Leute, Alter.
Kannst du Red Buff nehmen, wenn du willst.
Naja, ich hole mir, wenn ich back war. Egoiste.
In harmony. As you wish.
Soll ich die Waffen durchcyclen oder ich schieß gar nicht mehr?
Upon the wind.
Geh nicht hin, es lohnt nicht gleich. Wie?
Oh, das ist...
Ich hasse dieses Game, es ist so bad! Warum spiele ich es überhaupt?
What?
Was zum Fick? Bin ich da nicht in Range für einen Auto-Attack? Mann, so wenig Spaß. Ich will einfach nur dumme Helden mit nichts Verstand, Mann. Dummen Wichskrüppel, Alter.
Alles daneben?
Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Ganze Zeit, Alter. In die Büsche hocken, den ganzen Tag, ey. Alles besser helfen.
Oh.
Has been slain.
Ich geh weg.
Baron.
Den Baron.
Oh.
Wir können auf jeden Fall mal Vision holen, dann sind wir die, die mal rumgammeln, Alter, den ganzen Tag, bis die Hunde in den Jungle gucken. Peace.
User joined your channel.
Tag.
Upon the wind. As you wish.
Hallo? Hallo.
Wie heißt dein Stream, Johannes? Finde ich den nicht. CYDREZZ. Hast du so einen Wolf? So einen Wolf.
Ja.
Ich gotta like.
Oh, jetzt haben wir uns komplett. Oh, der ist aber down, oder? Bitte. Nice. Pushen einfach Mitte runter, oder? Kein Bock in Zix reinzulaufen. Guck, ihr dürft die nicht fighten, wenn es geht, bitte. Fightet ihr die? Ich bin da, Tom, kannst fighten, fight einfach vor der. Die kriegt eh nicht vor der Movement Speed. Ja, One-Shot mich, Bruder, alles gut. Just Fotzen-Tank, Alter.
Ja, lass mich komplett noch nehmen, wenn du willst. Hast du schon gekauft? Ne. Dragon kommt.
Upon the wind.
Die Fiora geht Face checken.
Breathlessly.
Verlangt.
Du hast vielleicht Smite, oder?
Nicht schlecht. Ja, habe ich.
Botlane maybe swappen? Oder ist mit besser? Wenn irrelevant. No. Ist Mitte besser.
Ich helfe mal Mitte.
Ja, helft dir nur.
Nicht Ende.
Also auf jeden Fall Ende.
Nicht Ende, sondern 20 auf 60. Wie fühlt sich Aphelios an?
Fair.
Ja, das ist schön durchgespieltes Spiel. Wunderbar.
Ja, aber ist Aphelios, also ist ja immer noch 200 Years.
Das ist fucking D-Tier mit 40% Winrate oder so.
Okay.
Muss halt 5 Items und dann bist du halt online, aber dafür bist du halt ein useless Stück Scheiße.
Ihr hattet einen Varus Mitte.
Ja.
Was war das? Wukong Top? Das war die.
Ja, mein Damage ist gar nicht so schlecht.
Das ist Full AP Mauka. Ja, Tommy. Nice.
Anscheinend spielt man das jetzt so.
Ja, das ist witzig. Der macht Spaß.
Philipp schreibt mich trotzdem mal, alles okay.
Wann hab ich dich angeschrien, Tommy?
Ganze Zeit.
Du hast mich aggressiv angetippt, die erstes Game.
Heißt das?
Jesus. Die Tastatur war so laut.
Aber du hast nichts gesagt, oder?
Ich hatte dich irgendwann auf Mute.
Ah.
Nice, Philipp. Nice. Gut.
Hey, ich hab's gar nicht so gehört.
Ach,
Überrasch mich einfach.
Wir haben ja jetzt den Beweis.
Ja, ja.
Ja, du tippst halt genauso laut, das ist das Problem. Und ich dachte, du bist selber oder so.
Du bist ein Hater, Philipp, ne?
Ja, ich kann damit leben.
14,6, nur am Beschweren, ne?
Ja, es ist so ein Witz, dass ich da sterbe, Mann. Wenn die alles daneben werfen. Wie kann ich da sterben, Mann? Und dann gibt die mir scheiß Sechu Hälfte Leben weg mit diesem Piss-Item. Und diesem Freeze. Das ist ein Witz.
Das ist echt ein bisschen.
Weiß nicht, was du sagst, weil, also, sorry, ist halt eine Sechu Full Tank, die macht halt den Schaden.
Jo, und Spieler, die haben überhaupt kein Rederecht.
Eigentlich solltest du das als Master-Spieler, solltest du das wissen.
Ich spiele nicht gegen Sechu-Spieler.
Ja, stimmt, da habe ich schon nur Syndra in der Mitte.
Ja, da hast du wenigstens den ganzen Dreck am Arsch.
Ja, Philipp, ich hab's dir gesagt, du kannst auch mit dir spielen.
Ja, also Philipp ist echt tatsächlich aggressiver geworden, wie das letzte Mal, wo ich online war.
Klar. Richtige Aggro-Bitch geworden.
Aber erst Zeit am Arbeiten, muss ich sagen.
Und das mit dem Jackie gefällt mir noch nicht, dass er die ganze Zeit Jackie Cola trinkt.
Hä, wann hat er Jackie Cola drin? Das habe ich nicht mitgekriegt.
Gestern und jetzt wieder.
Das stimmt allerdings. In letzter Zeit trinkt er ziemlich viel Alkohol.
Das ist eine fucking Plastikflasche.
Ja.
Jackie Cola aus der Plastikflasche. Jetzt bist du
Hast du ihn jetzt ganz selber gemischt, oder wie? Heißt es, du trinkst heute noch eine ganze Flasche?
Nee. Wenn, dann kaufe ich mir Dosen. Bin ich abgehoben.
Du musst nicht mehr sparen, als ob der sich Flaschen kauft. Das ist wahrscheinlich so eine Plastikflasche mit diesem komischen Weinbrand, den es an der Kasse gibt.
Der immer im Schrank eingeschlossen ist.
Die musst die 7-Euro-Flaschen im Schrank einschließen, weil die so oft geklaut werden.
Das ist wie Fürst Oranov. Trink's lang genug und es wird Kult, dann wird's auch laut.
Also, Bube, ich wünsche euch viel Spaß. Ich gehe schlafen.
Tommy.
Ach, Thomas.
Gute Nacht.
User
So
disconnected
schreit
from
der
your
plötzlich
channel.
so.
Heute. Ich?
Tommy hat gerade geschrien. Mensch, hat es mir so angehört.
These two furious warriors, it is absolutely nuts.
Alexandru este la fel de calm ca și în meciurile trecute.
A râs.
Now let me introduce you to this absolute
drin, Alter. Fuck off.
Was?
Komischen Bock. Mama, kriegst du diese Kapseln?
titan. This guy laughs.
Warum krieg ich immer gesagt, wer Challenger erreicht? Das interessiert mich ein Scheißdreck.
Ich krieg das nicht.
Ja, ich krieg's auch auf dem Account nur. Philipp, was hast du gemacht? Das sind das nur du kriegt.
So. Du kommst schon immer nur nach dem Game.
Was heißt da nur?
Off the first like 6 slaps, even
Weil
though
heute
these
5 Mal
aren't like
kriegt.
pussy slaps by any means. Like just listen to the sound of that slap. That sounds like a musket going off in that building. And he just shakes it off, laughs about it, and then gets ready for the next round. That is beyond scary. Now I'll admit this is my first exposure to this organization. This is RXF. This is the
Also
first
jetzt immer noch
slapping
fragt,
tournament
ne?
I've
Der
seen
Chef
from
hat,
them,
also
but
nicht
wow,
mein richtiger
what a
Chef, sondern nur
showcase.
der vor Ort, hat gemeint, er muss morgen. Sicherlich nicht hin. So, es gibt Dinge, ne? Ne.
Schreibst morgen, ja, du fühlst dich heute ein bisschen erkältet, dann hast du wieder Homeoffice gemacht.
Ja, bei uns kommen alle mit Erkältung.
Ja, klingt
Der
ja
eine,
gut Unternehmen.
ich kam hier mit der Maske in der Hand rein und war der eine wieder da. Ah, hast du nicht mitgekriegt, ne? In der Bahn musst du jetzt keine Maske mehr anziehen. Ich dachte am Februar. Nee, Drehstadt ist schon
But
vor.
one guy
Nur
is
noch in
still
den
laughing
Fernstrecken.
about it, while the other is
So, okay,
fighting for
danke.
his life right now.
Das ändert
This
nichts
is a
daran, dass ich es
true
trotzdem
anime
trage.
story
Stell
situation
dir
here.
das so vor.
And you can see his face swelling in real
Das
time.
ist nicht so das
It's also
Problem.
fitting that that guy has a skull tattoo on the back of his hand that he's slapping with. That's like Roy Mustang in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, this dude's alchemy is just destructive slapping.
Ich weiß auch
blows.
gar nicht, ob das deutschlandweit jetzt ist oder noch nicht.
Nee, ist ab 1. Februar. Ist dann
Ja, das habe ich auch mitgekriegt, ne? Das ist
And it's
Februar,
with
dachte
that
ich.
slap that we have an even
Aber ich
match.
glaub
That guy
auch
is
nicht
no
in
longer laughing about it.
allen
He's not having fun
Bundesländern. Ich glaub,
anymore.
ein
This
paar
is just
Nordbundesländer
become
haben
a
das
full
nicht
blown
gekippt.
war.
Obrazul este
Ja.
Nu s-a ferit, dar lovitura asta a fost destul
Helle,
de
erklär mir das mal, du
puternică.
bist doch ein Minecraft-Gamer.
I've skipped like 5 slaps from each of them here just to kind of give you a little bit of time report. So you can see that his face is starting to bleed quite a bit more. The skin
sobald
is
die
literally
in
being
dem
slapped
Nether
off of his
sind,
body.
dann tun
And his
die
cheeks are inflating like a balloon,
Render
looking like
Ratio,
a
also
chipmunk
die
hoarding
Blocks,
acorns
die
in his mouth.
angezeigt werden, runterdrehen und dann wieder hochdrehen.
La Mike Diamond
Beim
cumva
Speedrunning.
ridică acea centură ca să-i
Macht das
mai
einen
mori.
Sinn?
Ja, weil bestimmte Blocks und gerade Lava und so, es rendert
It's
halt,
just
was am
getting worse
einfachsten
and
zu
worse.
rendern
He
ist.
slapped the
Dann
concussion
re-
out of him. He overwrote his previous concussion with a new concussion. His
Acea centură ca
cheeks are inflated.
afla și mai tare la față deja. La Mike Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
It's just getting
Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
Zu hoch.
So faszinierend,
It's just getting worse and worse. He slapped the concussion out of him. He overwrote his previous concussion with a new concussion with that
wochenlang nur
shot.
Minecraft
So they're both delivering some
wie das
very
26.000
devastating
Kilo,
shots
Alter.
here. But the guy on the right looks like he's been hit in the face with a sledgehammer
Und der
45
macht ja
times
nicht
in
mal
a
mehr
row
was. Der
now.
hockt einfach nur
They
da
even
und spielt
wiped off some of the
Minecraft und der
chalk
sagt nicht
because
mehr
there was
mehr
so much
viel.
of a buildup there. And now that the chalk's wiped off, you can really see all the bruising and shit. It looks like he has legitimately slapped the beard off of that guy. Where once there is a beard, there is now only
der
a
will was
bruise.
spielen.
Like, just actually destroyed the hair follicles on his face with the slapping.
Ja, ihr könnt ruhig eine Runde machen.
are.
Was?
Ihr könnt ruhig eine Runde machen, habe ich gesagt. kurz Pause, sonst steigt mein Blutdruck so.
That right there is the clip that's gone viral on Twitter, and you can probably see why. That actually sounds like a cannon went off in that building. And then the guy's face is on full display, and holy shit, it looks like Ed, Edd, and Eddy when they have jawbreakers in their mouth. His whole face has been distorted by these slaps. I saw someone say that he got slapped so hard he turned into Nintendo 64 graphics. I think it was Saving the Bees that said that. And it's super accurate. It really does look like he got slapped from 4K into like 360p. From high definition textures to low polygon. The amount of damage both of these gentlemen took is unreal. Obviously it's all very dangerous, but my god, what fucking warriors going to battle in there. I'm not even going to show you the ending here. I don't want to spoil who won, so I'm going to blue ball you a bit. I recommend watching the full thing because, Jesus Christ, it does not end the way you think it ends. The guy who took all this damage deserves a Purple Heart for this effort. So, I just wanted to talk about this and show a little bit of it because it's unreal. That's about it. See ya.
Care trăiesc
momentele de la Gala 42, cunoscându-i la balor la spital.
Cât duce
simțit loviturile astea.
Eu cred că putem anunța de acum o 10.
După 3 avertismente, cred că va fi descalificat, dar am impresia că a mișcat piciorul Alex când a lovit. Deci a mișcat piciorul.
Deci a dat penalizare că n-am fost atent?
Posibil ca Simeon am avut impresia că a băgat puțin capul la cutie, dar foarte puțin, nu s-a sesizat, iar Alexandru a mișcat piciorul când a lovit. Avem reluare aici. A vrut să ducă umărul sus, dar nici n-a apucat. Ia să vedem cum lovește Simeon acum. Wow! Wow! Foarte puternic, foarte puternic, dar Alex duce în continuare și nu renunță. Pentru că este... A zis că nu mai poate, a zis că nu mai poate, am citit pe buzele lui, dar din punctul meu de vedere este foarte aproape să câștige această centură, ceea ce nu ar trebui să... pentru
ambele. Se continua. Multiple lovituri deschise cu momentul actual pentru el față de Alexandru. Mă uit și la Mike Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
I-a ricoșat și de la tine, ricoșat.
Nu, alta...
Ajunge? Cum ești?
Cumva că a ricoșat totul.
Cine va câștiga acest meci?
Pe la amândoi, așa ai dat și tu.
Arbitru
spune. Egal. Ați dat la...
Meciul tot continuă, rundele tot... Oare de puternice și mă face să gândesc că... E uimește toată lumea. E o persoană, pile lui sunt destul de puternice și mă face să gândesc că...
Da, eu nu cred că ar refuza.
Toată lumea.
Am emoții. Se creează aceste tensiuni. O duce cu capul sus, fără să se ferească, stă să încaseze. Nici nu mai știu a câtea palme, cred că a luat peste 25 de palme până acum Simeon Comșa. Incredibil acest băiat.
Și...
Wow! Incredibil.
Văd că strânge Simeon.
Că meciul este...
Impresia că...
Nu vă mișca o luptă cu...
Comșa, din cauza umflăturii a traumatismului pe care îl are.
Wow! Wow! I-a dat
prezintă
peste
dureri
cap,
la cap și spune că a ricoșat prea tare.
A ricoșat, crede-mă.
Nu i-a dat peste față, da. Palmă, dar nu știu, cred că e regulamentar să-i dea și acolo, până la urmă.
Uită-te la picioarele lui, te rog.
Das ist so hoch, Mann. Sicher, ob man so hoch schlagen darf.
Un pic mai în față, un pic mai în față, atât. Un pic mai în față, da?
A început să se umfle și fața lui Alexandru. Se pregătește să lovească Simeon. Wow! Foarte puternic, dar duce și merge mai departe.
Wow, nu pot să cred!
Concentrez, concentrez!
A abandonat Alexandru.
Da,
Corsica a abandonat și
Simeon este campionul Felix Step Slap.
Măcar a meritat toată această
Deci, din
luptă!
punctul meu de vedere, Simeon este un erou în
Erou,
această
da.
seară. Este un erou
Cel
în
mai
serie.
mic credibil. Să vedem un om care...
Îți mulțumesc, sunt aici
Cred
alături
că
de
a
un
acumulat mai bine de
erou.
30 de palme.
Eu am atât de multe întrebări. Dat putere, cum ai rezistat?
Pe TikTok acolo că bătaie știu că am mai luat.
Ai în jur de 30 de lovituri la față, fața ta este tumefiată. Eu vreau să știu, ar fi existat un moment în care să renunți?
Dau înapoi.
Să intri în sef.
E tin să câci sau luptă.
Ești
Să vă mulțumesc prietenilor mei de acolo. Toți prieteni.
la lovituri pentru toată lumea.
Microphone activated.
Jesus.
Well, that used to be cool, and that used to be
Buchungsreferenz
a
hier
reason to become
eingeben.
famous, but now you can go ahead and do that, but
Buchungsreferenz.
it's gonna come out, and you're gonna hurt people, and you're gonna end up sleeping with people who were influenced by, who were either a fan of yours, who were too drunk.
It's not even like a good. It's not even like a good take. Like influenced by people who were a fan.
Ey,
Yeah,
wieso
I'm
machst du
also
diese
a fan
ganzen
of mine.
Champions nicht zu
Hell yeah,
Essenzen,
that's
Johannes?
good.
Was brauchst du
There's like
die?
nothing wrong with that.
Was,
like
was,
wanting to
was?
know because they're a
Auch
doctor
die
or a
ganzen
lawyer
Skins,
because
die
you think
kannst du
they're
alle
funny.
rollen.
Or it's like imagine there's like a comedian or something.
Ja,
It's like,
aber
oh
ich
yeah, like,
hab ja nix. Was ich. Ich hab ja keine, die ich kaufe.
Ja, dann roll sie doch.
Nicht doch. Ne?
Doch, 3 Stück kannst du zu einem random
Hä, seit wann geht es wieder?
Immer.
Geht bei Champions nicht mehr. Ich dachte, das haben die bei beidem dann rausgenommen.
Die Champions kannst du alle zu Essenzen machen. Deswegen habe ich auch 200.000 Essenzen.
Das Check-in geht
Ja, aber ich.
erst 12 Stunden vor Abflug.
Ja, klar.
Das ist immer so.
Aber normal nicht, also nicht 12, meistens so 24 Stunden vor Abflug.
Philipp, die wollen halt, dass du aufstehst, ne?
Hä? Also muss ich erst dann da Check-in machen oder was?
Ja,
Das reicht.
Die wissen dein Gate und dein Shit wahrscheinlich noch gar nicht. Deswegen kannst du kein Check-in machen. Wenn du
Ach.
Check-in machst, stehen die auf deinen
Ja,
Informationen
hier
drin.
steht es auch 23 Stunden vor Abflug. Warum stehen da oben 12?
Mit 23 Stunden macht Sinn. Das ist meistens so ein Tag vorher.
Date, mobile Beratung, Farbe aus oder vor. Naja, okay, perfekt. Dann muss ich gar nichts machen.
Du fliegst jetzt schon wieder.
Technische Voraussetzungen. Cookies
Johannes,
und JavaScript
wirst
müssen
reported.
aktiviert sein. Ah, wo ich hinfliege.
Ja?
Zum Geburtstag von meinem Dad.
Johannes, wie arg heizt du, dass du nackig durch die Wohnung läufst?
Hier oben ist Schnietheizung an.
Ja, dann heizt du unten aber ganz schön ordentlich.
Ich habe eher das Gefühl, dass. Und der ist auch nicht so warm eigentlich. Das ist nur, ich glaube, die komplette Wärme kommt hier hoch.
Ja, das hat Wärme so an sich, dass die nach oben geht.
Ich glaube, Johannes macht seinen PC einfach nie aus. Seine 3, die da rumstehen.
Ja, da, pass auf. Was hat's in meinem Zimmer gerade? Ah, hier, 23,3 Grad.
Der PC, der wärmt richtig gut, ey.
Eigentlich ist der ganze Tag schon so warm.
Ja, du machst deinen Computer nicht aus, oder?
Doch.
Machst du den Computer aus?
Ja.
Wer macht einen Computer nicht aus?
Was ist das?
Philipp.
Hast du den Computer früher immer nicht ausgemacht? Deswegen hatten wir so hohe Stromrechnungen.
Nein,
Das
ich
ist
habe
so,
meinen
doch.
Computer aus.
Glauben nicht, ne?
Diese Unterstellungen. Also vor allem, ich habe hohe Stromrechnungen jetzt. Ich glaube hier, dieser Luftfilter von meinem Mitbewohner den ganzen Tag an.
Der ist auch, die sind übel. Also, ein Luftentfeuchter ist, glaube ich, ungefähr gleich. Und hier siehst du.
Entfeuchter.
Ja, damit das Kiffgeruch weggeht.
Ja, wozu braucht er dafür einfach
Nee,
Fenster
so ein Lüftfilter ist es.
Er hat einen Luftfilter, aber die haben ungefähr den gleichen Stromverbrauch. Und das ist so 170 Watt.
Ich habe so einen Luftbefeuchter.
Es ist. Ich glaube, sind die ein bisschen besser. Was für ein Luftbefeuchter?
Ja, in einem Schlafzimmer, wo die Heizungsluft zu trocken ist.
Ja, aber da musst du aufpassen mit den Dinger, gell? Weil über 55% kannst du dir Schimmel reinholen.
Ja, aber da muss er ja die ganze Zeit laufen. Ich habe den noch nicht die ganze Zeit an. Und ich lüfte jeden Mittag und jeden Nachmittag.
Bei mir im Schlafzimmer. Ach, das ist ein neuer. Bei mir im Schlafzimmer hat es morgens meistens fast schon so viel. Heute Morgen war es, nach dem Aufstehen, war es bei 59% Luftfeuchte. Wenn da noch ein Luftbefeuchter draufkommt, dann bist du über 60 und dann kannst du dich Schimmel bilden. Menschen dampfen übel aus nachts. Vor allem, wenn sie zu zweit sind und Sex haben.
Ja, gut, dass wir keinen Sex haben.
Also unterschätzt man echt. Bei mir war schon ein, zwei Mal war schon so, dass. Deshalb habe ich jetzt auch überall luftfeuchte Messer drin.
Ich gehe jetzt aufs Klo. Dann komme ich wieder.
Tschüss.
Danke für die Info.
Was habe ich jetzt gerade eigentlich gemacht?
Bitte.
Like, I think he's really funny. That's he's funny. Like, what the f do you mean? As long as it's not being taken advantage of. People get so hung up on red flags, they don't even actually know what improper behavior looks like anymore. They just think, I've said this a million times, people think a red flag is in and of itself something bad. That's not. Like, this whole take of like, what if they want to f you just because they like you? Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. How do you think it fucking works?
Who were influenced by your power and aura and just general.
That's every sexual interaction ever. Are people influenced by other people's auras and their powers? And this guy was super confident, and I saw that he was like the head of the fucking football team. Or this guy was a doctor, or this guy's got a ton of money, or this guy seems really successful, or this guy is super hot, or whatever. Like, people say this shit all the time. This is part of sexual, like, interactions.
Fame. And so I feel like with fame and power, there needs to be some giving up of responsibility, or there needs to be some more acceptance of responsibility. Like with the power, with the money, with the fame, you have extra responsibility as a man to take extra care with your sexual partners, because listen, the truth is that women have been used and abused for a long fucking time, and it feels super weird that men are now having to be held accountable for what they're doing. And y'all, I guess, we're ready for that. But I'm just saying, you're not going to get away. You don't get away with it anymore. So, like, this advice is as much for the men, you know, it's for the men to protect themselves and to protect the women.
Bin ich getrunken.
You gotta meet someone, get to know them a little bit, make sure that you're both sober and that you've got enthusiastic consent. Because it's just not worth it. I don't think a lot of these guys doing this necessarily want to be hurting people, right? I think they get caught up in the moment. I think they probably have a lot of regrets about how they acted.
He doesn't even know how these assaults even happen. Why am I listening to this? Oh God, it's so cringe. Like, and I'm not even trying to talk shit, by the way. Like, if you've been married for 20, 30 years, however the f*** he's been with
2,5 kW
like,
hat
that's
der
cool. That's great. That's
Luftentfeuchter
awesome.
heute.
There's nothing wrong
Braucht
with
Philipp.
that. I think that's cool. I'm not shitting on your relationship. I think it's super cool. But like, you have no experience with hookup culture. I don't know if you've ever had experience with hookup culture or no.
Nee, aber ich glaube, der ist vergleichbar
So
wahrscheinlich.
why talk about it at all?
Aber
Like,
das
all
kann
you're
ich mal
doing is
nachgucken, was
hurting the
da
conversation.
neuer, ob da
You're just, like,
neuere
completely
besser
lost the
sind, ein
sea.
bisschen effizienter.
This is so stupid. I don't know why. It's like, Christ. He was a virgin before Gila? Is that actually true? If that's
wollt ihr
true,
noch
then
was
he
spielen?
definitely
Oder
shouldn't have
geht
any
jetzt ins Bett?
opinion on any of this shit. Am I crazy or is
Alles, was du
enthusiastic
willst,
consent
Matze.
dumb?
Ja, ich glaub,
Enthusiastic consent sounds dumb because of the way it's described, but enthusiastic consent is what you should always be looking for. All enthusiastic
go
consent
spielen.
means is you know the person wants to f. You're not playing a guessing game. You're not doing
Können wir
dumb
schon machen,
shit.
ja.
Like you know, they really
Nur
want to.
wenn du
Like,
nicht wieder rumschreist.
they genuinely really want to.
Kann ich
Like, you
nicht
ask them, like,
versprechen.
hey,
Da ist Philipp gestern so mad war, oder?
Haben wir gestern CSGO gespielt?
Bei irgendwas ist Philipp gestern richtig mad war.
Ich glaube, wir haben gestern kein CSGO gespielt. War vorgestern, meinst du, da ist er bei CSGO mad geworden, weil er die ganze Zeit Headshots gekriegt hat. Das ist schon das Problem, war Philipp hat einfach nicht skilled genug.
Du musst Philipp auch einfach mal in Ruhe. Er kriegt in letzter Zeit alles ab. Ich meine, er fordert es auch heraus, aber trotzdem.
Was kriegt er denn ab? Das ist einfach nur ein Lappen, der die ganze Zeit so tut, als wäre das Opfer, dabei ist es gar nicht. Wird langsam sind wir aber eine hohe Elo. Da müssen wir mal gucken, dass wir ein bisschen Warm-Ups machen, oder?
Ich glaube, das nützt nichts.
Das glaube ich auch. Deswegen direkt Go!
Hey, ist das der falsche Name? Heißt das anders?
what do you want to do afterwards? Do you want to, like, before you finish, it's like, I want to go back to your place. Like, okay, cool, right? Like, that's like enthusiastic consent. It's not like, do you want to do this? Like, oh, I don't know. It's like, well, maybe we could try that. And like, well, do you want to drink at least? Like, that's like, that's the difference between enthusiastic consent. Enthusiastic consent isn't like they're screaming, like, oh, yeah, mom, put your dick in me. Oh, like. What the fuck was that accent? What was what accent? That's what your mom said last night to me. Those exact words. Then she said that next.
We're operating entirely off of vibes here because we're just sort of registering sincerity, but I think this is total BS.
Total
the
BS.
severity of the accusations against him would
Ende ist halt nicht mal an. Wahrscheinlich so wieder
Severity of
unsichtbar.
the accusations,
Ist
dog.
immer unsichtbar.
There was like one bad
Warum
accusation
Du meinst
that
schon,
I
du bist was
remember, I
Besseres,
think.
gell?
And I think the really bad one, if it happened,
Mhm.
was him in the car with the one girl where he tried to put his hands down her pants and she said no. That was the really bad one. Every other accusation was like,
Der hat doch immer diese
it's
ganz
kinda
vielen
shitty,
Leute
you
auf.
shouldn't push. You shouldn't lean into things too hard. You shouldn't pressure.
Oh,
But I think that was the only
Steve,
like,
und die kann doch
really
nicht
bad
Nein
thing.
sagen, Dicker.
And even on
ist
like the
selber
full
schuld.
scale of rape, that's like a level 1.5, okay? That's like a light 2 maybe. Like, come on.
his part of the behavior that he's
Da kann ich Nein sagen, dann frage ich den nachher, ob er mir 50.000 Euro überweisen kann.
You know, that's not what corroboration means. Corroboration is when multiple people all say the same story.
unser Spahn
They're
ist ein
talking about the
Häuschen.
same story. 5 different people accusing me of 5
Du
different
willst
things
doch
is not corroboration.
dieses Jahr oder
That's
nicht
not
sein
what
Häuschen
corroboration
kaufen.
means, Vaush.
him that they make him uncomfortable. So the idea that he's unaware of this pattern up until this point just doesn't really sell unless he has some kind of like mental block on the subject. And considering we're talking about like serial sexual predation here.
Ist auch
I feel
wahnsinnig,
like,
ne?
you know, this isn't
Der will
about
unbedingt
me, this is about them. I
da
respect
in
them.
Kallenburg bei seinen
Protect yourself during
Eltern
hookups? What are
entziehen.
the someday
Der
I'll
wäre
wrap
fast
up
deren
with
Nachbar
okay?
geworden.
Okay, here's a list of things that I try to make sure are going on before I hook up with somebody.
Jesus,
Okay?
ich
The
kann's auch
one
nicht
is we've
erwarten.
probably already discussed acts that we're cool with beforehand. I know if they're into anal. I know if they're into whatever. I just have a general idea. I
Der ist
did
halt auch
it
einfach ein Familienmensch, glaube ich.
at the same time. My dick was so big it went in one ass, out the
Olympische
other mouth.
Spielen
out the
gegen
other ass,
krasse.
Okay, it was the Swedish shish kebab,
Aufpassen.
and it felt great. Both of them.
No, who asked?
They both did. They both asked me to do it over and over again. Discuss beforehand,
Bist du
like
M4
things that
A4
you're
oder
doing.
spielst
That's
du
nice to have that,
Silencer?
assuming that you have like some forewarning. You're not like meeting at a bar like for the first fucking time or whatever. 2 is be straightforward with what you want and what you're doing.
M4
Like,
A4.
hey, you want to hook up tonight? Do we need to do this? Blah blah blah. That's good also too, because then you can be prepared. If you need to shave, which you should, don't be fucking disgusting. If you need to take a shower, if you need to do that
Ja,
shit,
das
if the girl
wird
needs
ja
to
scheinbar
shave or
verbraucht.
get her shit in line or
Das ist leicht
she
mehr.
wants to do to be ready or feel ready. Like so. One is having some discussion or understanding beforehand. Second one is what you want. Don't play games. If you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay, if you don't try to like trick somebody or trap somebody at your apartment. Like, oh, do you want to come over and watch a movie? And then they come over and you're like, oh, I'm out of gas in my car, and the cell phone tower just got destroyed. Like, looks like you're stuck here. Do you want to have sex? Like, don't be like weird, stupid shit like that. Don't be fucking autistic. So many people are autistic.
Zeig bitte mit,
I
maybe.
don't know how to give that one across to you. They're
Oder
like,
meine Aufgabe.
Warum bist du
like when
AFK?
you touch somebody, usually you can tell. This advice doesn't work because if you're just autistic, you're just gonna ignore it. But usually you can tell when you're putting your hands on somebody how they feel about it. Right? Like there's a feeling when you touch somebody and they like kind of like lean into it a little bit more, or they reciprocate, and they kiss you back or something like that. Versus you go to like touch somebody, they kind of like, they kind of like move away a little bit. Like when you get signals like that, like chill the fuck out. If you ever get like a stop or slow down or chill signal, then you have
Ich
to
muss
stop
mal
or
wieder
slow
mit der
down.
Scout kommen, kann das sein?
If you keep pushing,
Komm mal,
one or two things are gonna happen. Either one, she's just gonna leave because she's not gonna feel comfortable, or two, you're gonna get to have sex.
Haben die eigentlich mal Friendly Fire abgeschafft?
You might super not be into it, and you're setting yourself up for disaster. Don't do that.
Eine richtige Voraussetzung.
Yeah, I don't know. Bad advice, Destiny. Keep going, guys. Us women don't know what we want. That's got to be a troll in chat. Her name is.
Das ist mehr mein
I
Aim.
type in chat a lot.
I don't buy that line, you know? This isn't like some kind of adversarial, you know, like, I did my best, they did their best, but they did great, so let's give them a round of applause thing. This is like, you...
I think a lot of people just shut off from signals
Damn
or have
shit
the wrong
spawn
idea their whole
for
lives of what is acceptable, like what Andrew brings up in the video. You want to know what it actually is? You want to know the truth? You want to know the truth? I'll give you the truth,
Richtig
okay?
shit
I'll give you the
spawn
truth,
für
all right? And you know
Rush.
what? You're going to listen to this and you're going to think, hey, that's not me. I'm not that person. But you know what?
Tomorrow.
You probably are that person, okay? I'm going to give you the truth, okay? Here's the truth. Like 60-70% of these like weird behaviors, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. It doesn't have anything to do with male, female, power dynamics. It doesn't have anything to do with that. What it has
War
to
der
do
Molo
with
von
is the
uns?
fact that most of you motherfuckers are just really
weiß nicht.
inconsiderate. It's really all
Ich
stems
glaube,
from
da stand
that,
Terror,
right?
Terror gekillt.
Like if somebody comes in your house and you get a
Ja,
drink,
das ist komplettes
like you offer to grab them
Play
something from the fridge, or
Aber
if
die
you're
haben auch
standing in the middle of a
gesagt.
hallway somewhere and there are people walking by, and you
Wir
step
waren
out of the
drei.
way without somebody having to ask you. The reality is most of you fuckers don't.
Der kauft
You
voll,
stand there
Alter.
in your own fucking la la lands. You stand there and you don't have any fucking idea what anyone else around you thinks, what they want, what could be making them comfortable or uncomfortable, happy or unhappy. Because for a lot of this shit, I shouldn't have to explain it. It should be pretty obvious that like the girl that comes over to your house and you ask her to sit on the couch and she doesn't even take her coat off or her shoes off and you're trying to put moves on her, you're autistic because you don't even stop to think for a second like, why is she still like
Jürgen,
fully
Alter.
clothed? Like she's ready to go to the North Pole and she's on my couch. You don't even stop and think about that because all you think about is yourself. You selfish, inconsiderate motherfuckers. That's where most of it comes from. Okay, that's where most of it comes from.
Der
They
Rasse
just
von
play
denen, Alter,
Smash.
drückt wie ein Motherfucker.
Only fucking Americans
Keine
are
Ahnung,
that obsessed
die
with
kriegen
shaving.
die
It's got
Spieler
nothing to do with
und die kriegen die
cleanliness.
drücken, oder was?
It has to do with ease of access.
Jetzt mal
Okay,
gucken.
it's really fucking hard to plow your way through the Amazon to actually find some skin. Okay, I don't want to sit there tonguing out your rat's nest of a bush for 20 minutes before you tell me, oh, I can't actually feel anything because did you know that hair is dead? Okay, listen. If you want people to go down on you, you have to clean it up a little bit. You just have to, unless you're part of like the 5% of the population that's like really into the ultra bush, ultra whatever shit, which some people have a fetish for. But
Somebody in chat said it earlier. What was it? I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I do not expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize. Something like that. I feel
Probably
like he's
pushing
legal
banana.
speaking a little bit, or not legal speak, but he's doing kind of a boilerplate.
I'm not saying you guys have to wax or fucking shave everything. I'm just saying at the very least, give it a trim, okay? Destiny, worst fucking take ever. You can use your hands to open the bush. If you're a virgin, I don't want to hear your shitty fucking takes on giving head, okay? If your idea of giving good head is ripping somebody's fucking lips open like they're the fucking goatsy man and then shut the fuck up.
That was a Logan Paul quote. No, I know. It's amazing.
On the smoke.
I've seen it before.
Der hat eine Orb.
So that being said, I want
That
to
being
make a few
said.
things clear.
Wie kann der hochpieken? Unser Mate kriegt ihn nicht.
Das ist so sad, was wir gerade zusammenspielen. Keine Ahnung, was das gerade
That
ist.
contradicts
Wir spielen halt auch so scheiße unkoordiniert. Holy shit.
might be lying.
Keine Ahnung, die sind halt immer rennen mit. Ich weiß nicht, rennen die Banane runter, rennen die Mitte runter.
Die pushen die ganze
Unless
Zeit.
I'm
und
missing something.
Lass uns
Am I
doch
missing something?
pushen,
Were there other
diese
bad
Motherfucker.
accusations?
Wir müssen den einfach auf B entgegen pushen. Block mich nicht, du
What if we like the
Fotze.
feeling of hair in our mouths? Then, bro, you go for it, okay? Someone accused him of
Nice.
sleeping with the underage girl? No! The underage girl thing was hearsay, okay? The underage girl accusation was one person texted somebody else and they said, hey, I heard from somebody else
One
that
bit,
Andrew
maybe.
likes to hook
Keine
up with
Ahnung,
young
Alter.
girls.
Okay, gib mir
And
halt-
they're young because they live with their parents. That was that accusation, okay?
Asian Dude, geh doch auf A. Ich krieg instant Doubleheader von der
Falcon.
Schrotflinte.
Falcon 60.
Did multiple of the accusations say directly otherwise? Yes. There are there was the like primary video accusations. There were the people who said
Thoughts
that,
that
he
hören
like
das nicht.
stalked and followed them. The girl who said that she had to kick him out of a car. The people who said that he was following them.
Ich krieg gerade nur
There are so many.
Tabs.
We could do like a flow chart on this. Like the,
Were there so many? I thought there were like, I think there were 4 actual ones, and then a bunch of like, oh, I heard this from people in Seattle, or I heard this from blah blah blah, or I heard this from blah blah blah. I think there were like 4 of them. That's still a lot.
Wir
But
sind inzwischen zu hoch.
timelines of
Der hat eine Schrotflinte.
accusations here. I feel like
Darf B.
so many have come out.
Du, der hat jetzt bestimmt keine Schrotflinte mehr, oder?
Timeline there, you could almost just track.
Das ist auch noch eine Schrotflinte, oder?
Der kauft die ganze Zeit nur Schrotflinte. Der spielt nur Schrotflinte.
yeah.
Keine Zeit mehr, du
Like
Spaß.
real time. Yeah.
And there were people who directly contacted you, right, Vosh? Did they say similar? The direct contact that I got, which again, like if they want to say publicly, they can. If they don't want to, then I can only vaguely gesture at it, obviously, because they can do what they want. It's their story.
Sagt er, sagt, Ding macht
It
jetzt
was
seinen Ace.
essentially like,
5. Headshot die Runde dann.
a person corroborating the 2020 story of him being at that party and like.
Ja, keine Ahnung, ich habe gerade von einer Autoschrotflinte 2 Headshots bekommen.
But not
Bei um
like
die Ecke pushen.
themselves being a victim.
Der gibt ihm so einen miesen Pre-Fire.
I was behaving in a way that I actually thought.
Okay, fuck.
was
I need to
wrong.
go mine this shit. I need to
thought
set
that,
this up.
you know,
Okay.
going home from the bar alone made you a loser. I thought
Digga, wie lange der so
persistence
gebraucht
was
hat.
a form of flattery, and I thought that, you know, if at first somebody was reluctant. You know,
Okay, so wait.
Nice, war gut.
Earlier he
Gute
said he
Runde.
respects no,
Ich
but
sack
now
dick,
he's saying
Alter.
that persistence is a virtue. And
Also ich 2 Kills nicht gemacht habe, sind wir reingelaufen, Alter.
continuing that- So wait, like persistence in
Habe ich
this
nur
case
kassiert.
would mean if they say no, you're like
No, you idiot. Persistence in this case
Ey, ich
means
darf
they're
nicht
not
first
super
picken,
into it.
das-
You keep asking and asking, you keep going. Respecting no means he according to him, he claims that he didn't like anybody where they're saying, no, stop, no, stop. He didn't do that. It would just somebody be like, oh, no, I'm not into it, or no. And he'd be like, oh, okay. And then he'd ask and ask and ask and ask. That's the whole point. I hate these conversations. Oh, I hate them. I hate talking about them. I hate all the people that talk
Die
about
müssen so low sein auf B.
like, okay, well, I have to find like a way to get them to say yes, which isn't respecting. No, he's saying he thought that time. No, earlier he said he's always respected no's, right? Like before he said that he's always respected no's. So, but now it seems this contradicts that.
playing hard to get. Just try harder.
Is it audience capture or does Washington believe this? He's trying. This guy is outed as like a sex pest, so now.
Oh mein Gott, die geben mir auf die Range. Ach, der hat von Mitte
This
auf
guy's
mich
outed as a
geschossen,
sex
oder
pest, so now
was?
Vosh has to just like virtue signal. That's all this is. This whole thing is like this guy's a rapist. I already know that to be true, and now whatever he says, I'm gonna try to give like.
Ich hab schon wieder
he's, like,
instant
in the sound
Gegenhit
right now,
gekriegt,
basically.
Alter.
So the critical thinking gets turned off, and then like I need to give the stock progressive takes on everything that's happened. Is turned on. That's the mode that he's in right now.
Think someone's feeling you, make
Was
a
geht ab,
positive
Mädels?
and see if they
Was
go
für
with
Dinge?
it. And I think that, especially I realized when so many young people,
Der
especially
von B hat 6 HP.
defend me when this stuff first started coming out, that this type of sex pest behavior is normalized, and a lot of people think this stuff is normal when I don't think that it is, and I think that I want to be fully responsible for not having.
Digga, aber es wird deklassiert.
Says he
Holy
respects
shit.
it, but what he's clearly getting at is he's never taken it past no and physically forced someone to do something. That's
There.
it all. That's
Wow, Vosh's audience having an
Das
understanding.
ist echt einfach mal fast gegen und ich hatte keinen guten Spawn bisher. Ich habe richtig schlecht, also ich kann nicht mit.
It was just the other day there was a news article that were more accusations
Wenn der mich blockt, dann
against him
alte
that
Viech, Alter.
corroborated
Der macht das
text
nämlich
messages
jedes
from,
Mal.
2021 or
Blockt er
something
mich?
at a bar in New York.
Er blockt
Ja,
mich.
du auch.
There was a girl there who he
Blockt mich
previously
zweimal,
was
dreimal.
with in Seattle, and
Viermal.
they met at a New York bar. And
Werfen die
apparently
Nades
he,
eigentlich gegen? Ja, ne?
felt her up and then put his hand on top of her head and pushed her head down. Like get on your knees.
This is the one that like
Jedes Mal halt einfach
I don't know
Doppelblock.
if I
Ich
buy
kann
this
nichts
one. I mean,
durchpushen.
obviously anything could have happened.
Double
And
block,
I'm sure
die
there's
halten
evidence that
halt
could be
einfach
provided. Like,
komplett
oh, okay, yeah, damn.
dicht.
But this is the one where I'm thinking like,
Ich
because this
muss
supposedly
wieder Pussy
happened
spielen.
in a bar with a lot of other people present that stopped him.
Digga, die
with him
pieken
trying to,
ohne
like, force him to
Gnade
do
in der
something, and it
Orb rein
almost ended
oder
up in a
was?
scuffle.
Ja, ja, die juckt
And
gar
somehow
nichts.
there's not
Die
any
sind
text
so
messages
confident.
anywhere about this, unless those were released. Because that, in my opinion, that was like, if you've got like 4 or 5 or 6 friends there that are all involved in this, how has nobody texted anybody about this? That just seems so hard to believe. Nobody sent a single message to anybody? That seems wild to me. I don't know. I feel like there should be some sort of evidence. I feel like there's got to be
Guck's mal an,
somebody
Alter, wie
like
die
texting
kicken, ey.
this. Biological catalog. Vosh just said they were corroborating text. Vosh doesn't know what corroborating text is. He's using corroborating text to just say
Keine
that
Ahnung.
multiple
Also,
people are making
das
some
heißt, also die sind
That's what he- that
junge
even thinks
Götter
that is what
oder?
corroborating means. Or he just misspoke, I guess.
But like at a bar, which is
Seht es leider,
insane.
Philipp.
That was the only reading I could get from what was being said in
True,
the
true,
article, by
true.
the way, which was
Noch
that he
eine Runde
claimed,
holen.
like at a bar.
Ich hatte nicht einen einzigen guten Push-Spawn, glaube ich.
Ich hatte auch keine Ahnung. Ich habe jedes Mal, wenn ich versucht habe, einen Entry zu machen, direkt
would
einen
be
Headshot
I mean,
wild.
again,
gefressen.
it's
Und
accusations.
3, 4 Nades in die Fresse.
It's not
Die haben halt einfach
perfect
zusammengespielt.
factual awareness of the
Also
situation.
die halten die Spots echt gut.
I didn't
Die
hear
sind
that
auch
one. No, those
nicht zu
were additional
overaggressive, die
accusations
flashen sich
that came out after
raus.
the first ones. And they were corroborated. There were text messages from the time that it happened that
Okay, wait. Does anybody have a link to those?
Das ist, was ich
'Cause
meine.
if those text messages exist, then I
Digga,
believe that
niemals.
or some version of that event did happen. But I didn't see any text messages supporting that initially. Can somebody link me those? Linkers, this is your time to shine. You guys link shit in my fucking chat all the time. Where the fuck are you guys at? Can we get some goddamn linkers in the house? Tried to isolate her from a friend group. Tried to pull her around the corner and forcibly make out with her until her roommate came over and intervened.
Das ist halt
was
einfach, keine
this was the
Ahnung, die
really
pushen
fucking-
halt einfach
But
durch.
This was one where it's like,
Interessiert sie gar nichts. Holy shit.
is there a Are there any texts like showing this?
Unsere Zeit jetzt, Philipp. Ich sag, wir rennen uns einfach mal kurz drüber. Warm
Try the
up
Rolling Stone
Gibt's immer wieder
article
mal.
up top.
Ich habe mich verkauft.
Okay. No, not a. I've got
Ich hab
7,800
mit
people
Zeus.
watching, and not a single person is linking anything. So I'm assuming that this is not corroborated.
Geh mit
Watch
mir
this
auf B
completely
mit der
made
Zeus.
up.
Ich
Like,
flash
I barely follow the
Bananen.
story,
Ich
but
peek
I
nicht,
just know
Alter.
the facts of the
Fuck
matter.
off.
And I'm pretty sure he's been like going over this quite a bit.
Ja, die.
More?
Kommen,
Okay, hold on,
kommen.
let's try this. Okay. Mormon accused YouTuber.
Du
blah,
Flash,
blah,
sag's
blah.
mir.
Ich flash jetzt.
I set up to walk out of there, went straight to the
Warte.
train. I was sitting waiting for the train. Andrew showed up. He had followed me there. Well, I remember him saying throughout the night he was staying somewhere nearby. He was also saying it wasn't a good situation. I was trying to stay with him. is pleading with me to go with him. I yelled at him. I told him to go away. I was like, leave me alone.
But
He
die
did
kommen
leave,
nicht
and I feel
mehr.
like part of the reason he did.
Stay,
was there were other
stay,
people in the platform
stay.
that heard me scream at him. Okay, well, hold on. Is that the same story as this? Because it sounds like it. Lower East Side Bar, New York. Because this story sounds a little bit different now. Hold on. That did happen. But I didn't see any text messages supporting that initially. Can somebody link me those?
Or there was a girl there who he previously was weird with in Seattle, and then they met at a New York bar, and apparently he like
Ich bin so bad, Alter.
felt her
Der
up
Move
and
doch
then
so
put
weird.
his
Der
hand
trifft
on
mich
top
genauso
of her
wenig
head
wie
and
ich ihn.
pushed her head down. Like get on your knees.
This is
Ich
the
hab
one
nicht, ich hör
that
nicht
like
einen Step oder was hinter mir.
I don't know if I buy this
Ich hab
one.
noch nicht
I mean,
gehört.
obviously anything could have happened, and I'm sure there's evidence that could be
Wenn
provided.
jetzt
Like,
einfach
oh, okay,
mal
yeah,
Banane
damn.
runter, wir
But
beenden das Ganze.
this is the one where I'm thinking like, because this supposedly happened in a bar with a lot of other people present that stopped him, with him
Ich
trying
sag,
to like force
die
him to
zwei
do
ersten
something, and
von
it almost
denen
ended up in
sind
a
Supreme.
scuffle. And somehow there's not
Der eine
any
hat
text
8000
messages
Stunden
anywhere
oder so.
about this, unless those
Ja,
were
es
released.
hat einfach keine
'Cause that, in
Ahnung,
my
Unlucky
opinion, that was like,
Matchmaking.
if you've got like 4, 5, or 6 friends there that are all involved in this, how has nobody texted anybody about this? That just seems so hard to believe. Nobody sent a single message to anybody? That seems wild to me. I don't know. I feel like there should be some sort of evidence. I feel like there's got to be somebody like texting somebody about this. Biological catalog.
Okay, warte
Vosh
mal,
just said they were
schauen wir uns das
corroborating.
mal an.
Vosh doesn't know what
Der
corroborating
eine
text
hat
means.
sein Profil privat.
He's
Das
using
ist-
corroborating
das ist ein
text to just say
Hacker.
that multiple people are making similar allegations. That's what but he thinks that
Dann
is
schauen wir den
corroborating. means. Or just
Santeras
misspelled, I guess.
Profil.
But like at a bar.
Der hat
Which is insane.
7.000, 6.500.
That was the only reading I could get from
Dann
what was
guck mal
being said
den
in the article,
Serdan,
by the way, which was the
andere.
claim
Der hat
like at a bar.
Cisco.
Wild. Yeah.
Wieso sehe ich sein Counter-Strike-Spielstunden nicht?
That would be wild.
I mean, again,
yes.
it's accusations, right?
Wieso sehe ich denn seine Spielstunden nicht?
Perfect factual.
Ja,
awareness of
wir
the
das
situation.
Deagle Aim und die
Like,
Gegner haben den
I
Xantares,
didn't
der
hear that
tritt
one.
dir.
No, those were additional
fucking
accusations that
keine
came out after
Ahnung,
the
Mann.
first ones.
Ich bin gespannt,
and
was
they
für ein
were
Rank die
corroborated.
sind.
There were
Also
text
das
messages
war mir
from the time that
war
it happened.
deklassiert.
Okay, wait. Does anybody have a link to those? Because if those text messages exist, then I'd probably believe that did happen, or some version of that.
Ja, mal alle
But I didn't see any
5.000,
text messages supporting that initially. Can somebody link me those?
Ja, der Flacker ist der.
Linkers, this is your time to shine. You guys link shit in my fucking
Interessant,
chat all the
alle
time. Where the
geben
fuck are
G.
you guys
Hast du
at?
einen sein Deagle Aim gerade gesehen?
Das war
Can we get some goddamn
vergleich
linkers
einfach
in the
mal
house?
die One-Taps, die wir bekommen haben, zu dem,
Try to isolate him from the friend group, try to pull her around the corner and forcibly make out with her until we're making her do
This
This was the, yeah, this was the really fucked up one. But this was one where it's like,
Ich habe nicht von der Seite gekriegt, ich habe immer straight ins Gesicht gekriegt.
Ja, ins Gesicht haben, wenn ich ins Gesicht bekommen habe, dann
Is
war
there
es
a,
instant. Also war es instant.
are there any
Es
are
war-
there any
das war jetzt
texts
gerade
like
Action.
showing this?
Ey, wenn wir jetzt die gleichen Teammates kriegen. Konnte niemand instant.
Try the Rolling Stones article.
Er kommt um die Ecke, macht Tap.
Okay. Nope, not a
Ja,
single.
der hat auch 3 Stunden
7,800
Deagle
people watching,
gemacht.
not a single person is like anything, so I'm assuming that
Hätte
this
ich
is
locker
not
auf Easy
corroborated.
Full
Vosh
Boy
just
halten
completely
können,
made
aber
that
da
up.
ist 3 Stühle.
I'm like, I
Hoppla,
barely
kann
follow
schon
the
Deagle
story,
machen.
and even I seem to know more
Oder
of the
da
facts
hat
that matter
die
than he
luckieste
does.
Runde
And I'm
seines
pretty sure he's been
Lebens.
like going over this quite a
Ja,
bit. But
7000 Stunden, das sind ja aber
more,
Last
okay, hold on,
Strecke.
let's try this. Okay. Mormon accused YouTuber, blah blah blah. I set up.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about the parties and the Overton window, and a common statement that you hear from people who are outside the Overton window when it comes to the political parties in the United States. We're going to do this because over the last couple of weeks, I've gotten messages from people asking like how to respond to that statement from 3 of the 4 corners of the political spectrum. So we're going to go through and talk about it, talk about where their statement comes from, that both parties are the same, and how to basically talk to them about it. Okay, so to start with, you have the political spectrum, right? You have left and right, and then you have authoritarian, and for the sake of this conversation, anti-authoritarian. So left and right, and then up and down is represented by authoritarian on the upside and anti-authoritarian on the downside. The United States is authoritarian right. That is what the country is. Okay? All right. So,
Warum ist
anti-authoritarian right.
eigentlich hier
They will often say both parties
das
are the same.
komische hier?
And this comes, when they're talking about it,
Wo ist eigentlich Asa
it's
hier in der
coming from
Lobby?
a place of internalizing a key
Was machst du
belief
hier?
of the
Ich wollte mal
anti-authoritarian
nach
right.
hier schauen, ne?
Geh mal weg, bitte.
So I got out of there, went to
Hello.
the train. I was sitting there waiting for the train. Andrew showed up. He had followed me there. Well, I remember him saying throughout the night he was staying somewhere nearby. He was also saying it wasn't a good situation. I had to stay with him.
Irgendwie, ne? Ich will ja nichts sagen. Ich glaube, ich habe noch keine Runde Second with mitgewonnen, ne? Ich gehe immer so derbe ins Gesicht und so
Okay, well, hold on. Is that the same story as this? Because it sounds like it. Lower East Side Bar, New York. Because this story sounds a little bit different now. Hold on. Let's read the difference between these, okay? Assuming these are the same. Oh, no, wait. This is in New Orleans. Never mind. This is not the same. This is different. Willow. Okay, that story is not in here. Okay, I don't think these texts. I don't think these texts exist. I think Vosh is mistaken.
Ja, aber das war pures Lack von ihm gerade.
The events that took place, in the sense that, like, the idea being that if the event was faked, at the very least something happened back then that would have caused.
But Vosh has no evidence of any of this. He just has no idea
about it. You know, so
Er hat dir auch gegeben, oder?
if it's a deep state op against him going back multiple years, I guess that's still on the table.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
Consent and what enthusiastic two-way consent looks like. That being said, a lot of the things that have been said online about me, a lot of things are missing really important contextual information that I think would change people's interpretation of a lot of these situations. But
this is possible. It's not impossible that this is the case, but it would have to be a lot. Like, it would have to be. There would have to be a lot of missing context.
I'm not here to invalidate anybody's lived experience. If you feel pressured, you know, that's just what it is. I hope that young people and young men in particular can use my mistakes to learn and move through life with a better understanding of consent. As far as what I have planned, I'm not really sure what comes next. I mean, obviously, you know, reporting is my one true love, and I'm 25 years old, and I have my whole life ahead of me. But I really think that I need to do some serious work on myself and figure myself out. So I'm going to start therapy sessions pretty much immediately. Also, not to blame alcohol, but I truly believe that alcohol was a contributing factor to my poor decision making. And I think that alcohol in general has had a devastating impact on my life. So I think I'm going to make the decision to join the 12-step program for Alcoholics Anonymous. And during this journey
That's so
into
funny.
sobriety,
I'm sorry.
I want to take a serious step back from public life and, like I said, figure myself out. And I hope that this reaches the ears of anyone who's felt affected by me.
Why does it make you laugh? I don't know. It's just like, I need to, like, guys, I gotta, like, come out as gay or non-binary or some shit. Like, bro, Spacey already did it. Like, Ezra Klein, was it Ezra Klein or Ellsworth, whatever the fuck that one, the Flash actor did it. Like, that's not gonna work, bro. Like, the LGBT card's been played too many times. Like, fuck. Like, well, what's something that, like, Zoomers haven't done much? And it's like, nobody really talks about Alcoholics Anonymous anymore. Like, you want to try that one? Like, oh yeah, fuck it, dude. Yeah, I'm going to fucking AA, bro. But also, he might actually legitimately be a fucking alcoholic. I don't know. Maybe he is, in which case I'm a huge asshole for making that joke. But, you know, sometimes you gotta take some shots. You miss every shot you don't take, okay? And sometimes you hit some of the shots you thought you missed, so.
You can reach out to me, even just for me to say, I'm sorry. And I really apologize, and I appreciate you all. I also want to apologize to my closest collaborators, you know, my friends, my family, and people who will have to wear this
Okay,
on their
sorry,
career
let me declare.
forever. You guys don't deserve.
Yeah, apparently he
this.
takes too many shots.
Love you guys. All I want to say.
Yeah, I guess there's not really anything I can say I haven't already said.
Oh, hold on. In an interview, one of Anna's friends said that she told him about the incident at the time and also showed the stranger screenshots of messages she sent to multiple people between 2019 and 2020 outlining these same allegations. Is this the one in New Orleans? At the mirror or whatever, at the window? Wait, what? No, this is a totally different thing. Oh no, she didn't follow the D rule. Remember the golden D rule, guys. The golden D rule. Anna, a pseudonym for another woman who spoke to the stranger, said that she went to the same middle school as Callahan in Seattle. Later, in the summer of 2016, when she was 18 and Callahan was 19, she said she matched with him on the dating app Tinder. She said the two talked a bit and then planned to get coffee. These plans were eventually changed to going back to a nearby apartment on Capitol Hill. From the jump, I was caught off guard by how quickly the tone of the evening shifted. At one point, Andrew, I assume purposefully, poured wine on my shirt and proceeded to take off my shirt and then lick the wine off my bare chest. This happened very abruptly and I completely froze up. I felt unsafe and incredibly violated. She said that she hadn't intended for their meeting to become sexual and subsequently tried to express that to Callahan, who she said remained persistent, taking her hand and making her touch his penis. After providing many physical cues of my discomfort, I eventually made it clear verbally that I was not interested in continuing things. He wasn't taking a simple no for an answer, and consequently, it turned into me trying to make up an array of excuses as to why I didn't want to have sex. He kept insisting that I needed to get him off because I was giving him blue balls by not having sex with him. He repeated that phrase many times, Anna said. It was a long back and forth of him trying to get me into sexual acts. And then eventually she gave Callahan a ride to a friend's house because she just wanted the night before. She invited him back to her apartment. She invited him back. They went on a Tinder date. And then after a Tinder date, she invited him back to her apartment to drink wine. What? What? Girl, what are you doing? Why? What are you doing?
It's a difficult position.
She just wanted to play Super Smash Brothers. True.
Because there's not really like much that he could say, unless he came out with some kind of like 3-hour long like epic debunk of everything. I don't really know. Yeah, isn't this what happened with you and Poppy? No, not even remotely.
But again, like that's my argument. Like I think that everybody steals from everybody, and all art is ultimately derivative, and then we add something special new to it, and then that's what makes
harmonic. For example, when you hit
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about school lunches and some statistics.
If you had to go to war, did you call your friends? Let's see what people are saying. Tate wins always. I'm impressed how easily he runs over weak men's arguments. It isn't Tate posting all these videos, so who are all these people? Tate Brothers Embarrassed Vice Reporter was posted by a fan account that has 58,000 followers and 3.9 million likes, and is just posting loads of videos every single day. Right in the description of his account, it says, looking to level up your life, start here.
Based.
It's a sign-up link to the Hustlers
I want to
University.
level up.
Another account, and again, a link to the Hustlers University. He's got a clever formula here. It turns out a big part of Hustlers University is an affiliate marketing scheme where boys as young as 13 are instructed to share controversial videos of Andrew with links to the Hustlers University underneath. If someone signs up through your link, you get 48% of their subscription fee. By financially incentivizing 110,000 students to share his content online, Andrew has essentially built an army to make...
Destiny, lately your reactions to videos seem to become worse, the least quality, unironically even worse than a son, to be honest. What am I supposed to stop and say? Do you want me to reaffirm like a talking point every time? Man, it sure is bad that young boys are being taught to shit. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, we all know this. Am I supposed to like repeat the same shit every single fucking time? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck. I don't even know what this documentary is about yet. I don't know the slant or the angle or anything gonna take. We're 10 minutes in. The guy just got introduced to the dude. What the fuck do you want me to say?
make him rich and famous in a very short space of time.
Wow, it's crazy that Andrew Tate got rich and famous in a very short space of time. I'm sure he's gotten a lot of money and a lot of fame very quickly.
And he's tactically avoiding the impact of social media bans because it isn't Andrew himself posting.
Wow, it's crazy. He's using a decentralized way to avoid the liability of having a social media platform because he's relying on other people to post his content.
It's his legion of fans.
All I'm doing is saying that the shit that everyone thinks isn't allowed to say.
Wow, it's crazy that he's repeating the same populist talking points we've gone over a ton on stream, and he's saying and he's becoming famous for it, and young boys are being indoctrinated with it. That's horrible.
So that's the reason I'm all big on the internet.
I'm starting to wonder whether he's just a living meme.
You're a loser because your mentality is loserish.
Some kind of viral marketing campaign to swindle money from confused young men.
Wow, it's horrible if he's taking money away from young men that are confused.
Never had the life I had, ever.
Or if he really believes what he says.
All I am
Iggy Semmelweis linked to the marketing campaign to swindle money from confused young men.
You never had the life I had, ever.
Or if he really believes what he says.
All I am offering is...
If you stop thinking about Victoria for a minute, you might have some idea of what to say instead of just repeating the video. I've spoken for hours. Do you watch my stream? I can't tell if, like, maybe I should stream to a totally different channel. Because I feel like some of you guys unironically like wander in here from YouTube and you're like comparing like a 10-hour fucking stream to like a 45-minute YouTube video. Like there's a lot of downtime here where I'm just like watching and absorbing information and shit. Like I'm not gonna sit here and spit out for like 10 fucking hours like, oh my god, I think that Andrew Tate's place in society is really problematic because he's influencing young boys and he's taking money from them and he's doing all sorts of things that are spreading pervasive problematic. Like I'm not gonna be doing this 24/7. I don't even know what the fuck this I don't know what this is even about yet. A Vice guy flew to interview him and talk to him and I don't even know what the thing is trying to say yet. What am I supposed to say? What the fuck?
It's the truth.
Andrew first appeared on our screens as a reality TV star.
I've never been in a situation in my life so far in my 21 years where I really want something and didn't get it.
He had found an arena where controversial personalities thrive.
I have to manipulate a lot of people to win.
But something happened when Andrew was on Big Brother, one of the biggest reality TV shows of all time.
This is Big Brother. Due to events in the outside world, Andrew has had to leave the Big Brother house.
Rip.
He was reportedly removed from the program when a video surfaced of him slapping his ex-girlfriend and then beating her with a belt.
Hey, you stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen? No. Did I say it?
Public outrage simmered down after Andrew released a video of his ex, claiming it was all part of a so-called kinky game.
It was just pure game, it's just what we used to do.
But what the public didn't know, and what we can now reveal, is that around the time that Andrew was playing Truth or Dare in the Big Brother pool, the UK police had informed the production company
hitting women is bad, by the way. There you go.
That he was under investigation for 2 incidents involving other women. One of rape, and a further of physical assault. In May 2021, Tate made reference to his arrest in an appearance on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
I was like, who are you? They're like, you're under arrest for a suspicion of assault of this dumb hoe. And I'm like, wait, this is a dumb hoe? They didn't, but I'm going to protect her anonymity because I'm a nice guy. Dumb hoe.
During the same period, the Tate brothers were recruiting women for a webcam sex business and creating the first of their many online courses teaching other men how to do the same.
When they do that Don DeMarco, that shit, what is that even a fucking reference to? Oh, also rape is corny, true.
I am her everything.
Over 50% of my employees were actually my girlfriend at the time. None were in the adult entertainment industry before they met me. He's just really popular.
It doesn't matter if I fuck someone else, because I'm her everything. She has nowhere else to go.
It was called the Tate PhD, or Pimping Hose degree.
She was a fucking hoe, and I spotted it instantly because she didn't humble herself when she was supposed to. And I'm glad I didn't waste any more time on her, because she's never going to be doing like my other girls do, living in my house, letting me fuck other women, remaining loyal, and fucking bringing me coffees and doing as I say.
Andrew has closed down the Pimping Hose degree to focus on the Hustlers University.
Luke, your screen's compromised, yeah? So keep it super fucking vanilla.
But with a historic rape allegation in the UK, and the Romanian police now looking into him for rape and human trafficking, I want to find out more about his methods of recruiting women. Did you at one point say that the girls who started as your girlfriends and then worked for the webcam industry, 100% of the profit goes to you?
I think in a lot of households in the world today,
the man is in charge of the investments. I think that's not an uncommon thing. Tell me a view I have that you think is genuinely insulting or destructive to society. I'd like to hear it.
You prefer younger women who are 18 or 19 because you can leave an imprint on them?
No, when I say leave an imprint, I mean that. I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that, like, if I get her, I can brainwash her. I'm not trying to say that. If you meet a girl who's 22 and you're her second boyfriend, she's probably like a nicer person, less jaded, less upset, less suspicious.
So you like to be in a position of power?
It's not being in a position of power. It's about, I enjoy to show her amazing things. You're trying to attach things to the situation which aren't true.
5 years ago, you said...
I wish in these, like, you can tell with the jumping that it's very heavily edited. Now, I'm not accusing Vice of being misleading here, but I wish... Maybe they have some. I wish they would just release these full interviews. I wish it was like standard practice after a documentary that you just like released the entirety of like all the footage you got. It would just be nice to have that, I think.
Said rape is a terrible thing, but if you put yourself in a position to be raped, then you should bear some responsibility for that.
Okay, so first, we agree that rape is a terrible thing. The point I'm trying to make is the best way to prevent yourself from being raped is to have a degree of personal responsibility and not put yourself in positions to be raped, as opposed to standing there saying that rape shouldn't happen because, or men raise our boys better. You know what else shouldn't happen? Robbery. I want the freedom to walk down the road with $1 million in cash.
Is it fair to compare the desire to walk around with £1 million in cash to someone wanting to just walk around their own city at night?
Well, female beauty is extremely valuable.
What a weird response.
Of course, female beauty is extremely valuable in the eyes of men who seek to exploit it.
I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
Have you heard the...
Did he say every single Bond girl? Is that what he said?
...term lover boy before?
The lover boy method?
Yeah, romantically involving yourself with a woman and then making money off of her in some sort of sex-adjacent industry.
Firstly, I would call the webcam industry far closer to psychology than sex. The webcam industry has prevented more male suicide than any group of therapists, any action group, any charity ever would.
Don't believe that, but okay.
Is that true? How can you measure that?
Well, it's not about measuring, it's about my personal experience.
One of the concerns that people have about that lover boy method is that
let me correct you, because I'm a professional.
Is that it's similar to, or people might consider that a form of grooming.
Okay, so I'm a professional, so I have to I have to change what you just said. I have to at least challenge you on it. Nobody's concerned about anything that happened 10 years ago when a bunch of girls got rich. There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female complaining?
Have you seen one? Tell me.
Andrew says no.
Like that was cut up a lot. Like what, I don't even know what, and I know that these things are cut in such a way to make it, but I don't know what it actually said there, right? Oh, are you getting food?
What do you mean?
Aren't you hungry?
No.
Oh.
Are you? Are you hungry?
Maybe.
I think you're hungry. Aren't you hungry?
Yeah. Right.
How is the melon?
We're melon.
Why are they saying cucks?
For some reason, YouTube lags sometimes. I don't know why. Okay.
I love you.
Be careful, scammer.
What? Why are you calling me scammer?
Because that guy telling me you're after a green card.
Who?
I don't know who it was, but I got everybody. I got eyes on you.
I want to go cuddle.
Why?
Why are...
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about the news. And we're going to talk about the process of just asking questions. We're going to talk about a misconception that a lot of people have about a particular news outlet and how that misconception can actually illustrate why it's not really an outlet you should be consuming.
Disconnected.
It's not a secret that I'm not a fan of Fox News. That's not like, something I hide. I'm very open about that. But I have this message. You've been pushing against Fox a lot in your videos lately. The only reason your blank masters have you attacking them is because Fox is the only outlet willing to report on things the mainstream media wants to ignore. They're the only outlet informing real patriots, all caps.
Oof.
Okay. My masters, huh? Yeah, it's totally unsurprising that the person who sent me a message trying to defend Fox News managed to work in a slur. That's not a surprise. Okay, so the reason I don't like Fox is because they are very economical with the truth. More importantly, they just ask questions. They go through a process, and it's called just asking questions. And the purpose of doing this is to ask questions in a way that leads the viewer to believe something that the outlet can't just come out and say because it's just overtly false. And they get called out on it. So what they do is they ask questions in a leading manner to get somebody to the right conclusion. Are you aware of anybody that does that on Fox News? Can you think of why they would do that? Do you know what they look like? Does he have brown hair? Does he wear a bow tie? Does his voice go up and he always looks confused? That's why. And this is how they get you to believe things that aren't true. They ask questions of the viewer. If they were a news outlet, they should be informing, not asking questions. Right? Okay, so here's the part of this that is really important because I see it a lot with Fox. They report on things the mainstream media won't report on. Sure, okay. I mean, that makes sense. But do me a favor real quick. See what the highest rated cable TV shows are. They're on Fox, right? Fox is the mainstream media genius. That's just something else they've lied to you about. They've tricked you with. They are not informing some band of plucky upstart patriots. They are the mainstream media. You are not special for watching Fox News. That's not a thing. That's what they try to appeal to. They try to cast that image. But they are the mainstream media. They are the big outlet. Watching Fox doesn't make you special. It makes you average. Below average, really. So when you're watching Fox, just keep that in mind. And look for them to make definitive statements. Things that a news outlet would typically do. This is what happened. Who, what, when, where, right? And then when you get to the why, do they really tell you the why? Or do they ask questions? Which happens? And who's the biggest offender? And are you picturing somebody right now? Because it's what they always do. I don't like Fox because they routinely paint a false narrative. Something that is objectively false. We're not talking about the way every outlet, every commentator, myself included, we all have spin. We all have our own bias that comes through our reporting, no matter how hard we try to be objective. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that are easily debunked, things that are easily disproven. And they try to cast that image. They don't come out and say the falsehood, but they present information in a selective manner that leads people to the wrong conclusion, like them being somehow outside the mainstream media. That would be a good example. Fox is, in my opinion, it's a gateway to conspiratorial thinking that is not grounded in reality because it conditions you. When I see people watching it, they're nodding along with the questions. Because they know the answer they've been conditioned to believe. So they just nod along. It's scary. If you ever actually sit down and watch it when it's playing in a restaurant or something, and watch those people at the bar and watch them really consume it. You see it in action. It's not information for real patriots. Information for real patriots would be accurate. Many times they're not even providing information. They're just asking questions and hoping that you get the answer wrong. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
I want to go cuddle with you.
You're gonna give me food if we cuddle?
I have the least.
Final exchange is just like really.
Andrew says no.
Sorry. Like this final exchange is just like really cut up, and I wish there was a better.
Change what you just said. I have to at least challenge you on it. Nobody's concerned about anything that happened 10 years ago when a bunch of girls got rich. There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female complaining?
Have you seen one? Tell me.
Andrew says no woman has complained about him personally. He won't let us speak to the women who work for him, so for now it's difficult to verify this claim. But I have spoken to many women who complain about the effect Andrew's rhetoric is having on their lives. To protect them from harassment, I've agreed not to name them.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate.
What happened to my eye? My eye's always been like this, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you guys just not pay attention to what I look like? Nothing's different.
To the point of threatening to release revenge porn unless I took back what I said and on social media against his sexist views.
It's like a virus, the things that he's spreading. The scariest thing is, I have no idea if the next guy I meet could be an Andrew Tate fan. As a teacher, it's definitely...
This sounds so fucking soy, but I've actually had real life women tell me this. That like it makes them depressed when they hear some of the Tate stuff, and that they actually do. I've had two different women tell me this, that like when they find out the guys have been listening to it, it makes them like really anxious because they feel like very fucking strange about the types of shit they're listening to. And I guess if you think about it, the way that women are described, it is pretty fucking weird. Like, I know that we're a little bit more okay with misogyny than we are with racism these days. But like, imagine there's a podcast and we're like, yeah, black people are savages. You know, they're pretty low IQ. They tend to just be violent and gross and disgusting. And like, that's just like the norm. And then you're like a black person, you find out that somebody like listens to somebody that just like spouts that regularly. Like, it's got to be pretty mindfucky, I guess. It's interesting hearing that here though, when I've heard that from other people.
Worrisome. There are boys who look up to him, especially those that are maybe vulnerable and they're sort of going to go into the real world carrying those violent views with them.
I'm 14. The boys at school my age think that it's okay to say horrible things like women are men's property and they get to do what they want with them. Makes me really disappointed in my generation.
Andrew's views represent a new era in modern misogyny.
Start talking to some bitches, saying me and my man are gonna fuck you.
Where you can now not only talk openly about subjugating and objectifying women, but doing so actually garners millions of subjugating and objectifying women, but doing so actually garners millions of committed dating and Andrew's views where you can now not only talk misogyny.
Start talking to some bitches, saying me and my man are gonna fuck you.
Where you can now not only talk openly about subjugating and objectifying women, but doing so actually garners millions of committed fans.
They don't believe the level that you can operate at when you're actually a G.
The most hardcore of them have traveled here to Romania to join the War Room.
The War Room is a fraternity. We're a brotherhood which is designed to inspire the best from our brothers. They have to have the mentality and the pedigree to survive. There's tests, and if you do them, you can stay inside.
At the top of Andrew's fraternity is a small group of wealthy and powerful men who all stand to gain significantly from the expansion of his empire. This inner circle is not happy that I'm here. After our testy exchange this morning, Andrew invites me to watch him train.
Have you ever boxed before?
No. But it turns out he's planning on teaching me a lesson.
Who's got spare gloves? Nothing like spare gloves.
There you go. I appear to have unintentionally walked into a situation where Andrew Tate is going to train me how to box.
Punch me. Punch me. Knock out. Oh, look, you're bleeding already. It's only round one.
Kind of a... somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like if you're going to introduce somebody to something like this, probably a dick move to not use headgear. I'm pretty sure when most gyms like this do sparring and stuff, you've got headgear on. Nobody's going to actually punch you in the face. That's kind of fucking weird, but...
We've only warmed up. Keep going, bro. We've got 10 more rounds.
No fucking way. I meet and get punched in the face by the inner circle of the war room. In the world Andrew is creating, not only are women to be subjugated,
sorry, that almost felt like I got knocked out.
but men defined by their capacity to inflict violence.
Okay, tap out.
You stopped. You were like, all right, pause, time out. Like, if that were having a street fight, would someone stop?
No.
So that's your reaction. I need to fight back.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you.
Not a cult.
The War Room is a network. We have 10 meetings a year. The next one's going to be in the mountains of Transylvania. You could do it, but I don't know, my friend, if you're prepared.
We've left Bucharest and we're driving into the Carpathian Mountains to meet Andrew and his inner circle for the War Room, which is going to involve something called the Test. I've made it into Andrew Tate's War Room, where 100 of his biggest fans have flown in from all across the world, each paying $5,000 to have their manhood tested by the one they refer to as Commander. None of us know what he has in store.
I welcome you all to the test. There is a cage fighting event, and every single one of you has been paired against a professional fighter. You will fight in the cage on national television, and it's a real fight. There are two paths you can go down. You can agree to fight, or you can decide that it's not for you. You have 1 hour to think and make a decision.
That's gonna be a hard no from me.
Yeah, why? This is what my tier 6 subs are gonna do.
Maybe I'll do a yes, just to...
Wait, hold on. This is literally shit from Fight Club. God.
happens, and then...
There's no training before this fight. If you've been walking through life too lazy to fucking train, is that your problem or my problem?
I couldn't help overhearing some disagreement within the war room.
I think he wants to talk to you, wink, wink. What the hell are you doing? What's this?
Wait, are these guys, why are they whispering each other they're mic'd up? I'm assuming Tate is mic'd up, Andrew?
It's gonna be fine, bro. We have
Or
ambulance.
they're probably just whispering because they're talking to each other in the room. Never mind, that's not secret shit. Never mind, that was dumb.
We have medics. No one fucking knocked out. Don't worry about it.
At the center of it all was Andrew's right-hand man, Iggy Semmelweis.
Iggy.
Here I will share with you my secrets.
He's the self-proclaimed greatest hypnotist in the world.
You will learn the power of hypnosis.
And seemed to have an agenda that expanded beyond the war room itself into something larger and darker.
Your sons will marry their daughters. Your daughters will marry their sons. You will create legacies. Enjoying those juicy steaks, that finer scotch, those smoother cigars.
He refused to speak to us, but it's clear that he has a big role to play in whatever the war room's real agenda is.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Welcome to the test.
Now is decision time. You are getting in the cage to fight a professional fighter who is trained to hurt you. Anyone who is fighting, please stand up. Anyone who is not fighting, you can stay seated, and we will begin the other program.
Just like that, a third of the room decides to get beaten up for Andrew Tate. What happens to the people who said no?
They're doing something slightly different, describing the reasons they didn't do it, how that affects their life as a whole, whether they're gonna make any changes in the future to be more ready for opportunities. That's where honor comes from, right? From victory.
One of the men who said no agrees to speak to us as long as we hide his face.
Loser. Loser alert.
Why do you say no?
I have been in the ring before, but just sparring. But I was like, fuck, professionals and Russians, like they guys are serious. I was just too scared. So then afterwards, I felt bad about myself, and I was angry at myself. Because I came here to be tested.
Andrew Tate has obviously said a lot of kind of controversial things online. Yeah. What do you think about that?
A lot of things are very controversial, but I think the bottom of his message is a very, very positive one. Because if I'm not tough on myself, nobody else will be. Nobody really cares about me if I don't care about me, right? That's what I learned from Andrew Tate.
People who decided this morning and people who decided at a later date here.
We have a chaperone following us. We've been told that we're not allowed to talk to anyone. What about in passing, asking people like, what single question?
Let me run this by tape before we film. No other comment.
Okay, all right. Would you be up for that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Our chaperone vets who we speak to and tries to heavily control our questions. What do you do?
Show that you're not
Okay.
some sort of growing extremist force.
Why did you join the war room?
I don't want to be fucking stagnant. I need to grow. It's just a fundamental shift in my mindset. What I think could be bad is always good. Before the war room, I used to think, why is this happening to me? Now, what is this trying to like teach me?
About Andrew Tate specifically and the things he says online, the things that get him negative publicity. What do you think about those things?
I think he's speaking the truth.
Really?
Yeah.
Interviewing under the chaperone's supervision is proving restrictive. Yeah?
No alpha craziness. He's an animal, this one.
So we can't speak to anyone?
Okay.
Who is this mysterious chaperone anyway? Hey, man.
Matt, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, man.
I was wondering if we could have a little chat.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah?
good. Suits me, man. Brought over from Dubai.
Like most war room leaders, he has a sports car. Do you want to do the interview in here?
Yeah, I don't see why not, man.
And like most people with a sports car, he's keen to show it off.
Jesus.
So, what do they call you?
In these circles, sartorial or the sartorial shooter. I'm one of the guys who manages organizational risk and security for the war room. So anyone with any criminal activity, maybe they are showing signs of being racist or sexist or any of these sorts of things, they're out straight away. We will not tolerate that.
And so how do you reconcile that with some of the things that Andrew, for example, says online?
Any claims of misogyny or the fact that he's, spreading hateful words, that's not the reality of who he is, and that's not what the war room stands for, and that's not what he stands for. There are many clips of him out there saying, I'm not a misogynist, I provide for my women, I would stand up for my women in a violent situation.
Well, if he says he's not a
What do you
misogynist.
think his detractors would say about, for example, what you just said, the phrase, my woman. Do you think that they would consider that to be misogynist?
The phrase, my woman, for me, ties into the very traditional values that we have.
Andrew's well known for talking a lot about his multiple girlfriends. How does that tie into this idea of a traditional relationship?
Men at certain levels can provide for multiple women. And even we can go back 100 years ago, kings, wealthy men, they would support multiple families. How is that
I know that there were like large harems for maybe the ultra elite, but in general, I thought even wealthy lords and ladies and shit were generally in a single family. Do they really have multiple families that they took care of? I don't know, maybe.
Only very recently that men and women have been competing in pretty much in masculine realms, in work, in career. Not that long ago, and indeed in many cultures around the world, women still have the traditional gender norms. And we believe in the war.
Feudalism? In feudalism, was the feudal lord having lots of different children with the concubines and then taking care of all those children? Wouldn't they threaten the normal family? I don't know. How do you not become a reactionary conservative? I'm a classical lib. I'm trying really hard not to be pushed to the right, and Andrew Tate stuff is good because it reminds me the right is idiotic too. Okay, well, there you go. That's how we do it.
What leads to happiness?
Rather than a career or, like you have, your own agency in the world to pursue your own goals.
The women who I know who are most fulfilled in life are not trying to do the things that traditionally men used to do.
What about a situation where, this has just popped into my head, where I want my girlfriend, who I love, to be a kept woman, but she doesn't. She wants to pursue a career or something like that.
Then find a different woman. Very simple.
The core belief driving the war room, and women were subjugated. It's at the heart of what Andrew Tate is selling. Just look at the tweets of Iggy Semmelweis, his second in command. My webcam girl is home 100% of the time, has no time nor interest in going out. She sleeps, cooks, cleans, does her shows, gives me all the money, gets railed by me and our girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, gives me all the money, gets railed by me and our girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, and goes and does it again tomorrow.
Jesus
Welcome to the war room.
Christ.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Now, it's quite possible this next story has passed some of you.
Welcome to girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, and gives me all the money, gets railed by me and our girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, and goes and does it again tomorrow.
Jesus
Welcome to the war room.
Christ.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Now, it's quite possible this next story has passed some of you by, but you would be in a minority.
As the war room members and I are bussed to the fight location, the world begins to talk about Andrew Tate with a new intensity.
He is a 35-year-old influencer who's been accused of spreading rape
Openly
culture.
condones and celebrates violence against women.
Hitting women. Kids are acting like the things that he's saying is like revolutionary.
11-year-old boys, they love
Please
Andrew
stop
Tate.
looking up to Andrew Tate. He is a bad guy.
With the PR crisis going on, Andrew's team are eager for some good press. So they send an extra-friendly chaperone to sell me on the benefits of the war room experience.
Where's the Destiny clips?
I'm Alpha Wolf.
Okay.
My role is to be Alpha Wolf.
Okay, fair enough.
Life is all about how you deal with the pain and how you move forward. You're going to learn a lot about yourself as a man, so take it, make the best out of it, and grow as a man and be tough.
All of the men in this room seem to be taking this incredibly seriously.
What's your goal for the fight?
Of course I'm going to try to win.
I see a lot of contenders right there who had the guts to come right here in the cage. If any one of them win one fight, is gonna win all their money, all their girls.
This is the culmination of Andrew Tate's pressure cooker of male insecurity.
You're a fucking broke. You are poor. I'm the only guy on this fucking platform flying around in private jets with 27 cars living this lifestyle. Most of you are not too stupid to become rich.
Are you ready? Round one.
But while they come forward to gratefully take the beatings they've paid thousands of dollars for,
You're here to lose a little bit of blood.
Andrew Tate's future on social media is hanging in the balance. And the public backlash is spreading. I'm desperate to ask him about all of this. But first, I have to get through this ridiculous situation that I've found myself in.
All right, let's go.
Give it up for Matt. Did I say it right?
Very excited. As soon as the bell goes, Matt has passed the test. I know he's going to lose, but wow, he's actually in there. Let's go, Matty! Come on, Matt!
Whatever's going on behind the scenes, watching me get chased around puts a smile on Andrew's face.
Texas gets stripped to the ground. And there's going to be a ground and pound finish. No, but that is it. The referee calls it. Hold on, man. Good decision. He was unable to defend himself. I hated these guys when they turned up. I almost punched
This is a commitment to investigative reporting. Holy shit.
Matt myself when he was in my house. You know what? He's officially won me over. I can't believe he actually got in there.
Those who went all in on their fight came out badly. One man was knocked out and taken away on a stretcher. The inner circle had put these men through collective hardship and recreated them in Andrew Tate's image. Fighters.
Come here, guys. Come up to the front. He broke his hand on your head. And you're fine. So you win.
But they had also joined a movement that was widely accused of normalizing sexism and rape culture. While the men who chose to fight are paraded in front of the crowd, Andrew's team shamed those who refused.
The shame you hold on to it. Don't let it go.
So anyone who fought, you can put your hand up, how the experience was, how it's going to change your life, and if you have anything to say to the people who didn't fight.
I don't think I have any word of advice for the people that didn't do it, except that you should have, probably.
Immediately, you went to check on me, and I'm thinking, I want to go train because I feel inadequate, right? So
yeah,
that's what I want to do.
Right now, I have new mountains to climb, and I'd love to get back here a year from now and go to the gym of the guy who beat the shit out of me.
Didn't it feel like a movie the last few days? I feel like that's a great metaphor for life. You know, we shouldn't be slaves, we shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs. We should actually make our lives into, I guess, a movie.
I want to be known as one of the best fathers in the war room. I can't look at my sons and tell them to suck it up, Buttercup, if I don't say yes to this.
Yeah, makes sense.
Whether or not they fought, all the men here paid $5,000 to the only
Let's talk
real
about
winner in
graphics
this
cards.
performance.
Again, hi, it's me. I occasionally dip into this space and tell you what I think. I give you the overall outlook. We've got a huge graphics card analysis. I'll link below if you want to check that out. If you want to look at value, you'll have to change the eBay prices. I'm sure prices have changed just a bit between the last video and today, which is January 11th. But I do think that it's worth taking a snapshot in time here and just reflecting and talking about some of the pros and cons of buying used if you are feeling trapped any sort of way. And then that's not really your fault. Look, we've been saying that the sweet spot for buying was going to be somewhere around September, October of last year. Newsflash, that window, at least for new cards, no longer exists. There might be a few options still in the lower end of the graphics card chain that you could look at, 3060s, for example, 3060 Ti's, even 3050s. I feel like that's where the real value is. You just have to be careful, because if your goal is to not buy a mining card, holy cow, is it a minefield out there? No pun intended. Stay with me. Introducing Kioxia's new XG8 series NVMe SSDs featuring 5th generation Bix Flash 3D TLC memory and PCIe 4.0 compatibility, respectively, and are suited for video. A bit disappointed here and a bit shell-shocked that the market is, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, the market's reacting the way that it is in the higher end areas of like the 3090 and 4070 Ti and whatnot. So when the 4070 Ti was announced, I don't think anyone was surprised. I mean, this is basically the rebranded 4080 that NVIDIA caught hold of very quickly when they kind of sort of teased it being a 4080 12 gig, and we're like, hey, hold on, that's not actually a 4080. That's a very stripped down 4080 if it is one, and the price you're asking is ridiculous. So they took it off the shelves again, or well, they just pulled it. They basically delayed the launch and then rebranded it and then gave it a tiny little price cut. But the price for a 70 series card in the $700-800 range is a bit ridiculous. And that's, I think, the tough pill people are having to swallow. When you compare it to, say, an RTX 3090, I mean, all benchmarks I've seen look pretty sweet. I don't have a 4070 Ti. I've never sent samples for cards like this from really anybody at launch. I mean, I'm lucky if I get one 2-3 months after. I only have one 4080, and that's it. I have no other card. I don't have a 4090. Yeah, it is what it is. So I have to work with the benchmarks of others. That's why I don't have my own data. Don't crucify me. Anyway, I looked at 3090s here on eBay because I'm thinking, okay, well, if I want 4070 Ti performance, but I don't want to spend $800 on a 70 series card, I'll just buy a used 3090. Should be a decent discount, right? And then I come across ads like this. I mean, like, what is this crap? $950 here for a single 3090. This dude's clearly flaunting several of them. 100% a miner. He even admits it later on in the description. I'll show you. But this isn't a discount. You openly confess that these have been mined with, and you're literally trying to sell them for what we could have bought these for 2 or 3 months ago. That's the problem. So here's the deal. If you had bought a card back when we told you to around the end of Q3 2022, not July 2022, but later in that year, just before the holiday season, that was when prices had bottomed out. We expected this. Again, our projections showed that we were monitoring 64 different groups of graphics cards on eBay for well over a year. And what we were seeing suggested that they were going to continue to fall. They did do that. They did spike back up again in the holidays. And when NVIDIA announced 40 series stuff and people were shell-shocked by the prices, Ampere shot back up in price, especially the higher end cards that were competing with the 4080 and 4090. And now we're at a situation where if you want to buy a brand new 3090 Ti, well, that price is gonna shock you a bit. I don't really know why on earth these cards are priced the way they are. Again, it doesn't really make sense given what we know about the 4070 Ti, which this competes directly with. I can't make much sense of it. Why on earth would you spend $2,200 to buy a 3090 Ti? I'm not sure if these are just out of stock and retailers are just jack the price up. Nobody will spend that. The few that we have left, they might slowly dwindle away, but it's not a big deal. Maybe that's what's going on. But if anyone is seriously considering buying a 3090 Ti in early 2023 for over $2,000, please just walk away from your computer, your phone. Just do not hurt your wallet like that. The 4070 Ti, as much as I hate the price of that card and the 70 series card, is just a way better deal. And for that matter, check out 3080 Ti's. Now, I was never a huge fan of this because it was launched around the time the cards were extremely expensive, if I recall correctly. So they might have been ripe for a few weeks in September, October timeframe, but now $1,530, what is that? Even this card here, I mean, you might think, okay, compared to these other listings, $899 seems like a pretty sweet deal. I don't know what, Paladin? I don't know what brand that is. I mean, if you wanted to entertain this card, sure, you might think it's a decent deal. But again, when seen in the context of the cheapest, most affordable Ada Lovelace card released to date, the 4070 Ti, this is an awful deal. yet they're still being listed for this, and apparently people are buying them. Not too many here, but 4 suckers, more or less. But anyway, back to this eBay listing for a second, just to get the point across. If I had $1,000 burning a hole in my pocket and I missed the time to buy in late 2022, this is definitely not what I would entertain. I mean, not only are these used cards, but they've openly been mined with, and $1,000 each for them is just not... It's just not doing it for me. I mean, look, the sell... You can see I've been like shopping for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There you go. The description here is, I mean, to be fair to the seller, very blunt, very open about the fact that these are mined with. I mean, you can't take a picture of 12 cards and not confess to mining. I mean, unless you're like trying to flip them. There are people buying pallets of them earlier this year, or sorry, earlier in 2022 and even 2021. That was probably the one notable exception on eBay, but most people who have just bulks of the same card probably bought them to mine with. He says he purchased them on average for $3,150 each. That's a lot of money. I gotta do a bit of math here. Let's see. $3,150. Let's just say $3,000 each. That's a ton of money for each card. When you buy 12 of them, that's a car. That's a pretty nice car. $36,000 car. Anyway, I don't know why my frame rate looks a little weird sometimes. Sometimes I look a little choppy. You'll be okay. The condition, to be completely honest with you, is not the same because you did mine with them. And while I'm not against buying a mining card, there definitely needs to be a decent discount there if you're going to openly admit that they were mined with. And, I mean, are we just supposed to trust that you only mined with them for 2 months? These are 3090s. They've been out for a good while. You might have bought these around the time that they were officially launched and then mined with them for 2 years. Who really knows? Let's see. There have to be decent deals out there. We've got maybe 3080s we can find for decent prices. So let's see. Our first listing here, $615. This is a pre-owned card. It's just a stock photo taken from online. A Zotac 3080 Trinity OC in white, a beautiful looking card, but $825. That does not whet my palate, my friend, because again, 4070 Ti's are significantly better than this. Well, not significantly better, but they are a decent chunk of performance better. That didn't really come out right. You know what I mean? They're slightly better cards than this, so I don't think the price is really justified. This being a used card as well, definitely not justified. $700. I mean, we're getting there. This only has 38 minutes left on, actually. That's, that price isn't terrible. Right, $560-ish. Okay, here you go. Here's a colorful 3080 10 gig for $550. Were these other ones 12 gigs? These are also 10 gigs. There's like nothing special about these. But some people are wanting, you know, $800-900 for them, and some people are being a bit more reasonable, like this gentleman here. Unless this thing is DOA or, you know, just defective, which it doesn't say it's sold for parts. This is more like it. I don't feel as bad about it, you know, 3080s now. $570 for this is not terrible. That's an EVGA card too. RIP EVGA and their NVIDIA collab, but I totally understand why they would feel the need to do such a thing. It's just unfortunate that it comes to that. Yeah, you got it's kind of a wash here. There's a lot of cards that are just too expensive. This one's brand new for $1,000 bucks, but still, again, don't spend $1,000 on this when you could spend arguably less than this on a 4070 Ti and get more performance out of it. There's just this, I don't understand what's going through people's minds here. Is there like some sort of cult following around Ampere just to spite NVIDIA because they know that NVIDIA can't make any money off of this sale? Ooh, that could be it. Maybe people are just feeding off of the greedy aura that NVIDIA exudes currently with Ada Lovelace. Maybe they see NVIDIA as this greedy corporation and they're taking advantage of the consumers, so why can't I do that as the private seller as well? You know, if nobody wants to buy 40 series stuff, maybe there's a ton of demand for 30 series stuff. I mean, it's like, okay, maybe I jack my prices up just a tad. Can I blame them? Honestly, no. It's just the nature of capitalism. You can love it or hate it all you want. The fact is, that's what we're subjected to. And, you can't hate the player or the game in this case. I mean, I guess you could hate both if you really wanted, but that's not going to get us anywhere. What I will say is that the lower end cards, if you're in the market for something around the $200 price range or below, this is still looking really ripe. And that's the one saving grace here. I know that folks who are looking for really powerful cards are feeling let down right now. And that's, again, you missed the window. It is what it is. If you weren't in the market 2 or 3, 4 months ago to buy a card, and now you are, and it's nobody's fault, really. I don't see how NVIDIA can sustain these prices. I really don't, especially with the economy contracting and the the Fed funds rates rising and interest rates rising across the board. The cost of freaking milk in the grocery store is just everything is going way up in price. It seems like, I mean, gas went up in price for a good bit. That started coming back down again. That's good, but there's a lot that is going up, and I think that's going to start more money's in circulation. Objective cards anymore. You're thinking about, you know, does come in 2 to 3 years will be way worse. It's already going to be really bad. It's going to be bad. But the longer we delay the inevitable here, and look, I'm not advocating for a recession. I'm just telling you, based on my experience and understanding of markets, what I've learned in school, it doesn't end well, no matter how you try to slice it. And the longer you wait, the worse it will get. And so the longer NVIDIA refuses to lower higher end prices, I think not only does that hurt the consumer, but it will hurt NVIDIA. It will hurt companies that were banking on these cards actually selling. Maybe they were expecting the money situation to remain constant through 2022 and 2023. When in reality, with how quickly the Fed has raised rate, a car wreck, what happens if you, need to sell the car for, with its 240 hertz refresh? It sucks that we're in this again. It feels like we're just in this again. But the difference is now we aren't subjected to the same market constraints that we were back then, back in 2020, when we had, the COVID lockdowns, the restrictions, the factories shutting down, so the supply constraints there, but also the cryptocurrency surge, the scalpers trying to jump in and take advantage as well of the limited supply. It's just, those market conditions just don't exist anymore. At this point, people are just willing to resort to, well, it's just NVIDIA being greedy, it's just AMD being greedy, they're both reacting to each other, we need more competition. I mean, yes, I do think that's obviously a part of it. Every company out there that's every for-profit company, and even some nonprofits I would even lump in there, they're out there to make money, right? I mean, that's, at the end of the day, and if you're a publicly listed company, your interest is your shareholders, right? You want to keep them happy because they're funding your company. But I really don't know how much longer this can last. And I would, I don't have tons of data to back this up, but my hunch is somewhere in the realm of 3 to 6 months. Something has to give. I don't know what that's going to be, but there's no way that prices can stay propped up like this. I mean, you guys are already letting them know. I love your criticism. Criticism of how ferocious you guys are with them. I think that it's needed, and hopefully we don't have to do it much longer. That's all for this one. Consider liking again.
Andrew Tate. For the people who want to stay and relax, there's some chicks, don't know where they're from. Yeah, let's have fun. I hope you all enjoyed it.
We're told not to film the celebrations that conclude the evening, and it's not clear exactly what goes on. But once outside the lobby, we could clearly see a room containing naked women being photographed.
Booba.
With Andrew's team increasingly conscious of negative publicity, tonight could be the last chance to interview him. Do you consider the possibility that some of the things that you've said, which have been viewed 11 billion times, may lead to an attitude towards women that could be harmful?
I accept that across all of that viewership, I have perhaps, possibly, maybe said one thing, or maybe two, that has upset a large range of people.
Wouldn't it make sense to just apologize for some of the things you've said, acknowledge that they have caused harm, and say that you won't say those things again?
No, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to apologize for the edits of other people. I'm not going to apologize for the misunderstandings of other people. There's a whole bunch of clips people are making which make me look very bad. That's not good for my life. That's not good for business.
The clips that portray you in a negative light also help the algorithm to make you become more famous and more viral.
I'm not an expert on algorithms for social media platforms. I do not have most of them installed on my phone. I cannot control what a 15-year-old Singaporean decides to do when he chops me up and calls me names. I can't control that, and I wouldn't try to.
There has been a lot of bad press about you. That's made some nervousness within members of the war, and why is that?
Well, obviously, when people are going to continue to lie and continue to do very, very shallow, very, very fictitious investigations, people are going to lose faith in you. The media has lost all credibility because you do not try and portray the truth anymore.
One thing that stands in the way of truth, for example, is when we often do documentaries, we have full access to speak to anyone we want. But in this documentary, we've been very closely watched by the sartorial shooter, Alpha Wolf, picking who we can speak to, you know, monitoring the interview. What is it that you're worried that we're going to find out?
These questions are so low.
This is low. It's low. We let you in. We tried to take care of you, and you're sitting here and just attacking us for 3 hours, bro.
The world is asking these questions, and the viewers will be asking these questions.
It's a consistent leading question, a consistent narrative. Where's the question about the good he's doing for men? Well, there's a very clear narrative. I need to leave. Okay.
In the days afterwards, Tate is banned.
Clear narrative. I need to leave. Okay.
In the days afterwards, Tate is banned from YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, to the protest of his fans.
They have shut us down. This is warfare against the West.
For a moment, it seems the deplatforming has worked.
Yep.
But then, he reappears on Instagram with an emoji covering his face.
You're lost. You understand you're living inside of a mechanism which is designed to control you, but you don't.
He moves to Dubai, converts to Islam, sets up a new bank entirely owned by him, and rebrands the Hustlers University as the real world. In the first month after being deplatformed, he made $11 million and got 250 million views on TikTok alone. Months later, Elon Musk reinstates his Twitter account and he gains 1 million followers in 24 hours.
I have no criminal charges. There's no charges at all against me. I have not hurt any women. No women are coming forward saying Andrew hit me. Zero.
Andrew maintains that he has never abused a woman. But when we get back from Romania, we finally manage to speak to some women from his past. Amelia began seeing Andrew in 2013. Due to fear of harassment from his fans, she is withholding her real name.
I always knew, even from back in the day, there was always things said bad about him. But when I'd seen him again in 2013, I thought, oh, all these rumours about him may be false because he's actually been really lovely. The first time I went around his house, because before it was like maybe 3-4 times we got on dates, we started to make out on the bed. Out of the blue, he literally just stopped what he was doing and just laid back. He said, I'm just contemplating whether I should rape you or not. And I promise you, within an instant, he changed. He just jumped straight on top of me, grabbed my throat, started suffocating me, strangling me.
He's got that rape riz,
more guys. I didn't want to. It made him so much more aggressive to the point where he was pinning me down, hurting me. The things he was saying to me, he was like, who do you belong to? Who do you belong to? And the more I couldn't say it, the more he'd hurt me. So I couldn't see an escape. And at that point, I just gave up. I just gave up. And then when it stopped, he went to the bathroom and acted as if it was normal. So I'm like, maybe I did. Did I want it? Did I not? I definitely said to him, please don't, and he told me, shut the fuck up. Definitely got strangled. I definitely didn't want it. Did he think I wanted it? When you look back, the psychological warfare you have with yourself is like you couldn't even imagine. You wouldn't know, you wouldn't understand it unless you've been through it. Can't even say the damn words.
Have you since come to terms with the notion that that may not have been consensual, that may have been...
I know for a fact it wasn't consensual.
But it's hard to use the word.
Even though I know technically it's true, that did happen, that is what happened to me, I still don't like vocalizing it.
Amelia's method of coping with the alleged rapes was to pretend to herself that it was a normal relationship.
The abuse wasn't consensual because he knew I didn't want it, which he confirms in multiple voice messages and texts to me.
Am I a bad person?
Oh, this is that person that he
The more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. And all the women I've ever slept with, not a single one has ever bitched or complained like you are bitching and complaining now.
Jesus.